Very good. Okay, are we good on that? So, and then we'll wait, I know Counselor McGee is going to be joining us via Zoom. We're on there also, so I've got my phone here by me. I told him to text me if he's having any issues with sound. I know he said yesterday was a lot better than last week, so continue to try to get better every day with that. So, but if you have any issues, I'm sure he'll let us know. So appreciate him being out there in Cyberland and joining us from that, so we can listen to all the presentations and be up to speed on all that. So we do appreciate that. We are missing Counselor Doty this time. We do plan on him being here this evening, so he should be here shortly, I imagine. And all other council members are present for this budget workshop, budget presentation. So we appreciate it. I know we got a full schedule today, so we're going to jump in. We've got two of our biggest departments, Parks and Rec, at least that covers the most divisions, I guess you could say, the Parks and Rec, which covers, if I can get them all in, our Cola Event Center, our Golf Department, Cemetery, Parks Department, obviously Recreation Department, and Cemetery. So we cover all of those. And then also Public Works, which covers street and water and wastewater and irrigation. And am I missing anything, Brent? Sanitation's kind of rolled in there too a little bit. So yeah, so we've got a lot of, out of those two, the Public Works, Parks and Rec, we have 10 plus different divisions within there, so we'll have a lot of that to go over today. So yesterday was very fruitful, I feel. We're making some great progress, and so looking forward to today's discussions. And again, these are, this is not final hearings. Obviously, that'll be conducted later on at a city council meeting, but this is a preliminary review, kind of seeing what's being proposed and if there's any changes that the council would like to see, anything like that, moving anything around, we appreciate it. We had some great feedback yesterday in regards to that, so we appreciate that. Look forward to that today as well. So without further ado, then we will go ahead and begin. And Julie McCoy, our Parks and Rec Director, will kick us off today. So Julie, it is all yours.
All righty. I am attempting to send the presentation to Debbie to send to Councilor McGee, but it's not cooperating. So we'll go ahead and dive in, and I'll keep working on that project on the side. So thank you, councilors, mayor, everyone, for being here. Oh,
Make sure.
there we go. Sorry. First off, I have asked all of my department heads to be here, which I greatly appreciate them taking the time out of their day to do that. They are much more subject matter experts than I am, especially given that I am fairly new to the position. I've only been here since October. So we'll go through, and there may be some questions that I will ask them up to answer for us, but we'll just go ahead and get started. So the first thing that I'm showing you here is my org chart. These are all of the departments that are under us with our staffing. And we are looking this year and requesting 4 new positions. One is a reclassify and the others are brand new positions. And those will be addressed a little bit later as we go through each department. Our first department is golf. So our requests for this year are for Fairview. We want to get 4 autonomous echo mowers, like what we have out at Purple Sage, so that they can kind of mow around in the rough and keep that trimmed up nice. The GPS upgrade for Purple Sage, this will be a really nice thing because rather than the autonomous mowers just bouncing around like they do now, they'll go kind of in lines. A lot more efficient, better way for them to operate. Upgrade to the cart paths at Purple Sage. They did 1 through 9 a previous year, and then we want to do the others this year. 8 new golf carts, which will improve our turnover, because sometimes that can get a little bogged down as slow as they're charging. Then a golf lift. And one thing that I don't have all the numbers on yet, but I just wanted to make everyone aware of is the conversion of the lower level of Purple Sage, the clubhouse, into cart storage. This will greatly improve the efficiency of getting the carts out for the people that come out to golf, because now they're stored in a shed that's quite a ways away from the clubhouse, and it's quite a process to get them out every day, put back every day. This will be a big improvement for that. And so the current configuration is right there on the left-hand side, and then the proposed cart storage is on the right-hand side. So I think that'll be a really good thing for the golf course and make it function a lot more efficiently. So yeah, I guess at this point for each one of these, because I do have several departments to propose, I'm just gonna kind of tell you what we're proposing and then open it up for questions and comments for each one. And like I said, we have Ken and Brett here that may be able to shed a little more light if there's something I don't quite know the answer to. So did we have any questions or comments?
I just wanted to mention that how proud I am of the golf boys there, because when I first came on the council back in 2015, everything was doom and gloom, and we were in the red all the time. Sometimes, some years we had to transfer almost $250,000 from general fund just to make the golf courses work. And they said it could never be done, but you guys have got it done. Really proud of what you've done, so it's great. Keep it up.
Yeah, they do a phenomenal job of bringing everything into the black and making it a really great experience. Ken keeps the greens just fantastic. He works so hard at that, and Brett is just doing an amazing job with the revenue and keeping a really good track of that.
Julie,
Yes,
what's a golf lift for $10,000?
Ken, what is a golf lift?
So we can make sure, just because we do have
Yes.
Councilor McGee on that.
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Mike,
The equipment lift.
the lift equipment in here, golf lift, it's specialized for mowers and stuff.
Gotcha.
So you can get under them and repair. Wow, is that really it? That's pretty amazing. Nobody's got any more questions? Okay, well, we will be addressing the revenue tomorrow night with Raylan, just so you know, that's why I'm not going into that too much in these presentations. So, yeah, I guess if we don't have any further questions, you guys are excused. We'll go on.
This
Yes,
probably be for Raylan.
Mhm.
And we've hit on this a couple times, but the difference is just so stunning that admin payroll services, last year it was 7,000, this year it's 86,000.
They asked me about that today too.
Yeah, that was due to the cost allocation plan and that difference in that data back. So because of how we did the cost allocation plan, and I'd be happy to send out a copy of how that was allocated, I'd be happy to post that. So you guys can see how that was allocated, to every department. I realized I didn't provide it to you guys, so, but that is due to the cost allocation plan, so.
I would definitely like to see that. The difference is significant, yeah.
Okay. All right, well, if there aren't any more questions for the golf, we will move on to our next department. So thank you for being here, Ken and Brett, I really appreciate it. So facilities is the next department. This is a brand new department. Last year was the first year of operation. This will be the second year of operation, and it was placed under me. So I'm not sure if that's gonna be something that's for the long haul, but it's working for now. So for our staffing, we are going to be taking on the Purple Sage Golf Course, and once the Treasure Valley Community College building is done, it's going to probably add to our workload a bit on that. So we'll be adding another custodian for a total of $63,615, and that's wages and benefits, both. And then for equipment and software, we would like to get the MyCollab software. And what that is, it's a software program that I'm really familiar with, that I've used in other jurisdictions I've worked for. And it's very effective. It allows some facilities requests to be submitted online. So you just go in and you type it in, and then it goes to the facilities director, and they assign someone to take that. It's a really efficient way of making facilities requests, which is something we didn't quite have nailed down this year, so it's been a little bit tricky as far as that goes. And it also lets the staff, the facility staff, know what's being requested, so we can kind of see problem areas and where we might need to make some improvements or adjustments, remove things. And that, the first year, it'll be 6,331, and that includes training of our staff and working with our IT department to get it put in place. And then the subsequent years, it's $2,246. And then we need just some new vacuum cleaners to accommodate the new people that we're gonna have on board, because at this point, we don't have a lot of that type of equipment. Previously, the facilities was, until last year, what had been contracted out. And so this is kind of new. They had done just the police station before this, and so now adding more and more buildings, we're needing more and more equipment. And then as far as like transportation, we need a small truck. We currently have one truck that is 23 years old. Larry does a great job of keeping it going, but it's an old girl. And then we have a van that Recreation has been nice enough to loan us to use. So I would like to purchase another truck so that we can accommodate our facility staff as they move around the city. And then the other thing that we have is installation of central control and monitoring systems at the airport, the O'Connor Fieldhouse, and the Ancola Center. And what this does is allows for monitoring and adjustment on the HVAC systems in those, and it adds to a lot of cost savings because people aren't setting it up and down, and also the person that is over that building is able to see what's going on from an app on their phone and not have to, like we have issues at CEC sometimes where Juan will have to run down there at strange hours to take care of things. So this will definitely be a big improvement as far as the control of our HVAC systems. And that's facilities. So did I have any questions? You guys are an easy crowd tonight. Wow. I like it. I'm not complaining.
Julie,
Yes,
you don't mind, can I just add a little bit to the,
absolutely. Let's get you a microphone, Larry. So,
just a little more to people that are not real familiar with what we have in place right at the moment.
yes, there you go. Yeah. Larry is the subject matter expert on HVAC especially, so we'll let him talk to that.
So Julie, between working under the direction of Debbie Geyer and all this new stuff that's come about for me as a facilities manager, and thanks to the mayor and a lot of other folks and Brent Ford and all of them have been a great help to me. So I've been contacting all of them, trying to get this, up and running in the future. We have it at the PD, it is a nice system. This company is a big company, they have, the College of Idaho and everything else, Boise Courthouse and all that they monitor. So over at the PD, this system protects the server room, which is your hub of your whole citywide, as far as your IT department goes. That's where your fire and police is all the communications are coming out of. The system takes care of that, makes sure the room stays cool, or if it's too warm, it will call me at 2 o'clock in the morning if there's some kind of issue, and we can get out and address it quickly before you lose several $100,000 worth of equipment. So some of these places are kind of tucked away. For now, I've been overseeing the airport also. Nobody's been out here checking on the heating and cooling that I know of, other than once or twice a year they have a company that will change filters. I come out here, the heating system's half broke down. There's a bearing that's raising cane upstairs, and so I got all that straightened back out and got it fixed. So I try to come out here about twice a month, check on as much as I can. But the way it's going now, I'm running around to all the nicer buildings and trying to keep track, what's running, what isn't. So with this system, it'll keep you in line, tell you about filters, and you won't have to have a maintenance man trying to be at every building. A guy like myself or Julie can monitor from her desk, and it'll keep you well informed of what's going on with your building. So this one especially sitting out here by itself in the wintertime, heat goes down and it freezes up, you're gonna come into some broken pipes and different things in the future. So anyways, I won't take too much more time, but this is kind of what we're trying to go with this. In the future, I'd like to see the fire department, the new Station 3, get connected up to something like this. And then when Mr. Farwell gets his other station built in the future, maybe we can connect it up to that also. And the same with the swimming pool. You'll be able to connect all this stuff up to your pumps, and it'll let you know what your filter system's doing. If your pump's running too hot or trips out at night, it'll let you know. So it'll be a great deal if we can get it on board and get going. We're just going to be attaching to what we already have at the PD, so it's not like it's something completely new.
Thank you, Larry. Did any of you have any questions for Larry? Okay, wow, easy crowd. Okay, I'm gonna go set this back down. Sorry. Okay, well, moving right along, the next department we're gonna discuss is the Caldwell Event Center. Juan and his crew do a absolutely fantastic job of running the event center. There are only 3 of them, if you can believe that. And they accomplish so much. It's just absolutely amazing what they get done. So our first request for the position request is to reclassify the crew chief that's under Juan to the Caldwell Event Center supervisor. This is a position that already existed with the city, and we feel that the level of work that Corey does definitely would merit him being raised to this position. He oversees the other employees that are there, and he is basically Juan's right hand and Juan when Juan is not there, and he takes a lot on. So this would give him, bump him up a couple levels as far as his staffing. And the total cost, including benefits and wages, would be $81,616. And then as far as equipment requests for FY24 with the event center, they want to get a new dozer blade with a hitch, and that's to help clear off snow and the things that they will need for that. We're going to upgrade the sound system at O'Connor Fieldhouse, which is very much needed. A uniform budget, it was suggested that it might be a good idea for them to have uniforms because they currently just wear street clothes, and it would be helpful for people to be able to identify who is staff at events. And then a Heister forklift. Currently, if they need a forklift for something, they have to go out and rent one, which over time costs considerably more. And I mean, if you think of the man hours that are involved in that, it would make a lot of sense for them to have their own forklift on site that they can use, because they do use it quite often to get up to the different higher levels of things that they need to do. So that's pretty much it for that one. As far as requests, does anybody have any questions?
Julie,
Yes.
are we gonna do anything with acoustics inside the event center?
At this point, we don't have that on the docket, but it is something that could definitely be considered.
Something to think about for the future.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's a good
thank you.
suggestion.
Yeah, Julie?
Yes.
And I think we've started on this, but, have we got a plan, are we connecting the entire complex via fiber, or, I mean, is that in the
Yeah.
budget, are we accomplishing that, or where are we at on that?
Yeah, we are in the process of working on that, and that's something Brent could probably actually address a little bit more because he's been heading that project up. So I'll grab the microphone, or if you want to grab the microphone. Right, thanks, Brent.
So there's been a fiber architecture put together with in cooperation with Canyon County to get conduit to each of the buildings there, to the Simplot Stadium. There's already fiber between the Expo Center, the new Fair building, and the old Fair building. But the campus is an island. There's no fiber there right now. We are working on trying to get fiber in temporarily through some Serena Networks conduit. We're held up by there's 2 bridges that we need to cross to complete the fiber connection to the campus. One is across the railroad tracks at Linden. There's a culvert that failed there, and when we replace that culvert, we're also going to insert a casing for the culvert, and then we'll put 2 banks of conduit inside that casing. That'll connect us to the interstate, and the county has their dark fiber run on the interstate. We're also connected to this building and on to Station 3 and on to Well 18 on that line. And then when the sewer project that has stopped because the contractor went under, the bonding company has that in their hands, and they need to hurry up and get finished. When that project finishes, we'll have a connection from the county back to, and possibly even the police department back to the campus. So anyway, does that answer your question?
Do we have money in here for that? Do we not need money in here for that, or where are we at financially in getting that done?
So we have budgeted a small amount, well, $50,000 in Fund 50 in the past, and I don't know, Raylan will be able to speak to if we have the budget for that for this year.
Yes.
So Julie and I work together, and I don't believe we carry that for fiscal year 24, but we do have it in for this fiscal year for 23, and so we are working on it for fiscal year 23. But if that's something that's a priority, we can add it in. for fiscal year 24.
Yeah, and if it looks like it won't be done by the end of 23, because it is clicking along pretty well, so there's potential it could be done in a place before then.
I think maybe a contingent to assure that it gets completed would be good of some kind, you know.
Okay, yeah, we could definitely do that.
You want to talk?
Right, yeah, I thought of that too.
So, Councilman Alden, there's also an ARPA project that we are working on with the CEC Center that will also connect to fiber as well as that we haven't quite started yet, but it is a project that we're working on that will do a backup generator and connect the CEC Center to be a backup center for that and IT backup center. So it will connect fiber there as well.
And that will all come from the ARPA funding for that project. Okay, do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, wow, okay. Well, we will move on then to the Parks and Recreation. And this is the one department that we've kind of worked on a little bit of a mission statement for. Our mission is to enrich the lives of the residents of Caldwell by providing safe, welcoming parks and recreation facilities and affordable, diverse recreation opportunities for people of all ages to play, learn, and build community. We create community through people, parks, and programs. And then the next slide I have here is just the value and benefits of parks and recreation to communities. It's a really valuable part of a community that often gets overlooked. They promote health and welfare, health and wellness. The recreation classes are really critical to the development of the children in the community, and we have a preschool too. So we offer a lot through our department with that. It drives economic opportunity and unites people and strengthens communities. And if you just want to, whenever you have a chance, take a look at some of the little information that I've provided in there as far as the benefits of parks and recreation. So, okay, so for staffing, this year we're going to ask for 2 new positions in our recreation department. Currently, we only have Denise, our recreation superintendent, and then we have a sports coordinator, which historically has been a position that's had incredibly high turnover. Fortunately, the one we have now has been here for almost a year, which is a record, I think. It's pretty awesome because they just are spread really, really thin and they have a lot to do. So I am requesting an additional sports coordinator and then a supervisor who will oversee the sports coordinators. The hope with that is that it will free Denise up to think of more things that we could have, maybe like art in the park or movies in the park or different recreational programs that we currently just don't have the bandwidth to think about. And this will allow us also to offer more sports programs and be able to manage the sports programs and summer camps a little more efficiently than we currently are able to with such a short staff. The other day, our sports coordinator was actually sick and we ended up with a maintenance person having to do one of the summer camps because we had somebody else. So it'll be really nice to have that backup, that built-in kind of redundancy with our staffing as well. For both of those positions, it's $159,154 with wages and benefits. And then the next thing we're going to address is the pool, because I get questions almost every day, as does Denise, about the pool, where we stand with that. So it is underway to, we have a bid out on the website so that we can hopefully get a few good bids and move forward with this. We have it financed through fund balance that'll be budgeted through the park system. We are also able to take a portion of the cost of the bathhouse because we're going to build a new bathhouse and a new mechanical room, and a portion of the bathhouse can be taken from impact fees because it is due to new growth. When the pool was originally built, the population of Caldwell was about 17,000 people in 1973, and now our population is over 70, predicted to be by the end of this year, so there's some pretty substantial growth there from when the pool was built. And there will be more of this covered in the special projects presentation that's going to happen tomorrow night. So I just wanted to touch on it because I know everybody probably had questions about it, but we'll go into a lot more depth on that tomorrow night. And then Parks, Streets has historically been the department that set up and tore down the Winter Wonderland, which is a huge job. They would typically start in September and go all the way through right up to opening day. We are gonna be taking that over. This year, we're gonna be training, to take over the event with the streets department, just kind of learning the ropes, because there's a lot to know about it. And as a part of that, we have created a $100,000 budget line that's in the parks budget to help us create, fresh decor, keep it from getting stale, because there are people who come every year, so we want to keep it kind of nice and fresh and interesting and engaging, for those people. And then the capital request, at this point, historically, Parks has always been able to use the Fund 50, the capital fund, to purchase needed equipment. And so these are the requests we have for that. We would like another full-size truck, another small truck for the Parks Department, and then another small truck for the Recreation Department, which will be needed with additional staffing. We're definitely gonna need another vehicle. We're gonna split the cost of a grass sweeper with the cemetery. We have one, and this would give us two so we can move more quickly about what we need to do. A portable air compressor, which will aid with the sprinkler blowouts and various other things. Another walker mower, we turn those over because they tend to wear out within a few years. So they're one that we kind of regularly turn over. A Kubota, which is like a tractor type device that will help with our spraying and chemical application and various other uses. A dethatcher, and that just goes through and kind of thins out the grass and takes the old dead grass out to keep it so it can receive water well and make it nice and green. A new excavator, a new CTX vault toilet for Curtis Park. I don't know if any of you have been out there, but that's definitely something that's needed. The toilet out there is very, very old and it shows. And then installation of the historic headers and lintels from Caldwell High School at Serenity Park. We already have the cornerstone there, and we're wanting to install these. They've been in storage for quite some time, and just complete that project. It was a project that was started several years ago. And then we are also going to need some work on the access road to Curtis Park. But my hope is that the irrigation district will cover most of that. The culvert that is rusty and old and it's collapsing. And we've actually had little pieces of the road kind of cave in. Yeah, so it needs to be done. And I think that the irrigation district will probably cover most of that cost. And that's something that I'm working on figuring out if they want to share that, if they'll handle all of it, or where we're going to go with that. And then our impact fee requests are improvements to the Sisters Park frontage. This was actually budgeted last year, but thankfully with the roundabout, it was something that was kind of put off because they're now reconstructed a roundabout there right next to Sisters, which would have torn it up. So we just held off on that. And so we'll be requesting that again for the upcoming budget year to improve that frontage. And then purchase of a parcel from Fire Department number 3. It's an approximately 6-acre parcel that's right next to it. So we had a situation several years ago where the school district turned what was a green space into a parking lot by one of the elementary schools here in town. And that you have to have a certain amount of green space in order to be in federal compliance as a city. And that took us out of federal compliance. So now as a Parks and Recreation Department, we cannot apply for any type of federal grant. So this needs to be taken care of in order to help us to be able to apply for these, because that was an avenue we had actually considered with the pool, and they were like, nope, you can't do that. So we're working on that. The fire department purchased it for $180,000, and I'm kind of hoping they'll smile kindly on us. I'm gonna meet with Chief probably here before too long and discuss that, what they would be willing to sell it to us for, and then we have to go through the process of an assessment and filling out all the paperwork to bring us back into compliance. But if we can do that and make that into a park, it'll bring us back into compliance in the city. And then, as I mentioned earlier, a portion of the rebuilding of the pool bathhouse will be included, but I don't have the exact sum yet. That's something we'll get figured out. So that is Parks and Recreation. So do we have any questions or comments?
How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing all right.
All right.
I have several questions. So
Yes.
the first one is under travel and meetings.
Yes.
So we have not spent much money in that traditionally, and now we're throwing in a little over $10,000 in there. Tahiti, Hawaii, where are you traveling to?
The National Recreation Planners Association convention. I would like the Recreation Department to be able to attend that. as kind of a team building cohesive and for them to learn for their job. And then I will also be attending the National Parks and Recreation Association Director School. I was supposed to go this year, but because our budget was a little bit late, it ended up right in the middle of budget time. So I wasn't able to go. And I'll be able to attend that next year, which I think will be really beneficial because the city is, as you know, has never had a parks director, and there's a lot under that umbrella to handle, and I think that'd be really beneficial.
So is this something that you expect to be recurring, or is this a one-time this year, sending everybody, or what are you thinking with this kind of?
Probably not as high in the future. I would like to see our travel and meeting lines go up because they are something that historically very little money has been allocated to that. And so our team has not had the opportunity to have much in the way of professional opportunities to expand and learn more about what it is that they do. So I think that would be really beneficial for the city and the department, both to be able to, but this year probably is a little bit more, you know, it might be next year that will, first of all, I'm only gonna go to the director's school, I think that's 2 years. And then I want to send the entire recreation team to the conference together, and so in future years, it might be fewer people would be able to go.
Thank you. Professional services is taking a dramatic jump, 200,000.
Breland can probably say, yeah, she's.
The contractor.
Oh, that's correct. Okay, yes, thank you. I forgot about that. So what we are hoping to do next year, because our parks guys are typically just spread really thin, especially in the summer, we want to look at hiring a contractor to mow all of the areas and maintain like all of the irrigation, the fertilization, and the mowing of all of the interchanges, because the Parks Department is currently responsible for maintaining those interchanges. And it's a real drain on our manpower resources. So if we were able to hire a contractor to do that, and it was something I tried to do this year, but I just came in too late. But I did get some estimates from people, and it'll probably be somewhere in that ballpark. I honestly expect it to be a bit less, but with what prices are doing right now, I added more in there.
Okay, and then I almost hesitate to ask, but I will anyways. We love Winter Wonderland.
Yes.
It's done so much for our city. Where did the $100,000 figure come from?
Mayor Wagner, do you want to speak to that?
So that is actually not a new line item, which was mentioned there, it's just reallocating. It's been, I think, is it in the street department?
Community relations.
Community relations, so it's just adjusting, so it was in there, 60-some thousand. 65-ish thousand dollars was in there, so, and that's used for, so it's just increased that, so it's not a new 100,000. So there is an additional, there actually is 69,000, I remember, so increasing it by approximately $31,000. So that's been used for, you know, new string, so there's, in August, correct me if I'm wrong, there's approximately 15,000 string lights that get put up every year. So obviously you have to replace those, you know, if you're replacing 10%, let's say that's 1,500 a year. So a good portion of that money is just replacing lights, replacing bulbs, and then adding to that so we can start to add new features. We have like a new sleigh that's coming in this year, another sleigh, like a photo op sleigh, to try to expand Winter Wonderland as well. So in front of the movie theater, there's not been much over there. Not many people go that direction, so we're trying to augment, add new features in those areas so we can kind of spread it out a little bit more, and obviously that would help those businesses over there. So it's not an additional 100,000, it's an additional 31,000 to an existing 69,000 that's been typically used for upkeep of the string lights and new strings, new bulbs, things like that.
So follow-up question to that then, why 30,000 more? What is it that we can do with 30,000, we can't do with 10,000 this year to keep augmenting it? Where's the 30,000 benchmark coming from?
So that was a number that was kind of contemplated, looking at, you know, what does it cost to put in like this, like a new lit up sleigh for photo ops, for new, looking at maybe some panel trees, LED panel trees, where, you know, the lights kind of go around and you can have figurines like a Santa Claus dancing around the tree. And so that's kind of where that number came from. They average usually between $20,000 to $50,000 depending on the feature that you're wanting to add. So that was kind of that ballpark figure of somewhere in the middle, a little bit below where some of these additional amenities might come from as we continue to add different items. You know, for example, you know, the sleigh that we were able to get is, for this year, $31,000. We were able to get it on sale for $19,000. Panel trees we're looking at are usually around in the $50,000 mark. So that's kind of, you know, the 31,000 was, again, what's the average of some of these amenities that we look at adding, and then kind of took the lower portion of the middle of that, you could say. And the reason for that is, I mean, as you know, I particularly, as a former business owner downtown, if it wasn't for Winter Wonderland, I would have gone out of business my first year. So not that we're here to just make sure businesses stay in business, but we do need to try to attract people to Caldwell, and they spend a lot of money when they come to look at those lights. And in my opinion, attention spans, not only for kids, but adults, are getting shorter and shorter these days. So if you don't continue to add and augment, you know, what we've got, we may go elsewhere. We want to keep them coming back to Caldwell, keep them coming back to the ice skating rink and spending their money in Caldwell. I remember when I was working at the soda shop, how many times people would come in and be like, these are out-of-towners, out-of-staters, and they would comment that they feel like they're in a Hallmark Christmas movie. And that's what we want to continue to do. And so we do that by adding and continuing to just make it better every year.
So, and I hope I'm not asking too many questions. Will your staff now be doing all the setup and
Yes.
hanging all the lights and?
Yeah, we'll be working with streets this year. The plan is to have them train. We're gonna start with 3 staff members in September because we're still pretty busy, and then move it up to 6 in October because things slow down quite a bit then. And those will be kind of our key people that will learn all of the information, and then everyone will be helping from probably mid-October on, once the mowing slows down.
So what's August gonna do with all this spare time?
He's gonna answer my phone calls.
So Julie, I'm gonna back up a little bit to what Councilor Williams said earlier. Well, you discussed, going private to take care of our, interchanges.
Yes.
Is that a better bang for the buck than hiring the employees and, equipment just to do it all, since you're gonna use more employees to pick up what the street department is, for the lights and things like that? I mean, if it's $200,000 a year, is that better than having city employees do it, or how did you arrive at that decision?
Raylan, could you maybe address that a little bit as far as the cost of the employees? Okay.
Let me pull up the cost of them.
Thank you.
So I just want to preface this by saying, I don't do the employee requests and I don't approve or decline them. So I did not help Julie, like, I will say I did not make this decision for Julie. But the cost of the employee are you looking for a maintenance, so senior maintenance?
Yeah, that's what they get paid at, because they would use the seasonals for that.
Would be approximately $67,000 for one full-time senior maintenance person.
And it takes several people to maintain those interchanges.
We hear in these budget meetings, we will have people present to us that we're currently paying outside people, it's cheaper to have inside people. And so it's like, one's going one way, one's going the other. We just need to decide, are we gonna pay $200,000 a year for our interchange to be maintained? Are we gonna add staff to make sure it gets done? And I think that's probably a discussion we need to have.
Yeah, and that would be something I'd be happy to look at, the cost of the seasonal employees and the equipment.
Especially, I wasn't aware until this presentation that your department would be taking over the lighting. That's a huge job.
Yes, it is.
That's incredible. So anyway, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any other questions?
I do.
Yes.
Are you asking for any actual parks, additional employees, or is it just the two requisitions? Two requisitions for the rec?
It's for the rec. Yeah, it's for the recreation department this year.
So you're not asking for any new park staff additional? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
So have we possibly looked at the cost between contracting for the lights instead of contracting for the services to maintain? Because it sounds like we're just transferring costs. We're gonna take on streets and doing the lighting. And then we're going to contract out. So the services that were then used to maintain these throwaways or whatever is gonna go toward now the lighting. And I'm just wondering if we thought whether it would be best to contract one together as being more cost efficient.
And we have looked in the past into the cost of, August, can you maybe speak to that? The cost of what it would hire, or what it would cost to hire a contractor for the lights? I remember it was quite high.
Yeah, I don't have the exact figures. I think I presented some quotes to Brent from last year and to the mayor as well. The cost, I think we hired a contractor just as an experiment, I guess, to install the lights at the plaza alone. And I want to say it's a per strand cost. And we also got a quote to do the entire Winter Wonderland event. And it was still a per strand cost. It was considerably high, Brent. I don't know if you have those figures in front of you. We can certainly get those. But the cost for contracting, and that was just two quotes that we received, were so high that it just did not seem feasible. So we ended up, of course, doing it again. But I wish I had those numbers in front of me. I don't, but they were considerably high. So if you recall Brent or Mayor, that the quote that he
Yeah, and I'm kind of, so I don't remember the exact numbers on those. There's one that ended up was around $15 a strand. The other was $60 to $70 a came in a strand. And kind of maybe just to get some more discussion on kind of what you're talking about, Councilor Allgood, about contracting some, contracting others. So, and this is meant to no offense to anybody, but you also have to look at who you're contracting. For engineering, for example, if you are hiring an engineering firm to do contracting, you're going to pay an exorbitant amount because they're engineers and you're paying on that. In regards to the Parks Rec Department, so it's, you know, a landscape crew that you're going to be hiring to come in. So very vastly different. Trying to find, you know, engineers with those degrees compared to like a landscape company coming in. So I think that's where you see the difference on why it's maybe cheaper to have a landscape crew come in as a contractor versus hiring an engineering firm that's going to come in and do some contracting work. So that's, I think, where you see a lot of those differences on. I know Meridian, that's how they do it in their city, is they have contractors that cover those areas where you don't get that interaction with the public, like in your intersections, the freeway exchanges, things like that. And so they found it to be cost effective because they're not having to pay, you know, with the insurance and the retirement and all of that. Whereas if you're hiring an engineering firm, they're going to charge you, it's like an attorney, right? You're going to pay an exorbitant amount on that compared to other type of positions of that nature. So that's why I think you see those differences in those regards.
Yeah, and also an issue we run into is that it can be really difficult to get seasonal employees, but to hire more full-time employees, we don't really have as much of a need for them at some seasons, and so that's a little tricky as far as full-time staffing goes, and seasonal can be really difficult to get good seasonal employees in.
Well, I guess that was gonna kind of be my question, was the number that you gave, that $67,000 number for a full-time employee, not a seasonal employee?
Yes.
So I guess I was looking at that number, wondering if, employing somebody at $67,000 a year, or two people with the equipment, and then having access to them all year to help with the lights and everything else that comes at the end of the year, if we're actually more cost efficient to do it that way than just paying somebody $200,000 for it just that one season. Because you're talking about contracting with somebody who's just going to be there for how long? Like how many months?
April through October.
April through October.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And they would take care of all of our sprinkler care, which is huge. We have spent I don't even know how many hours with people out there because the sprinkler system at the exit 28 there at 10th Street is perpetually having issues. It runs across the freeway, it runs across the off-ramp. Last week, someone wrecked their motorcycle because the off-ramp was wet due to that. So it takes an enormous amount of time to be able to take care of that in addition to spraying for weeds and fertilizing the lawn.
But I guess that's just more of the discussion. If we're paying a contracting service $200,000 for 6 months of service, where we could be paying 2 employees more like $135,000 for a year of service.
But that doesn't include the wear and tear on our mowers and vehicles. It doesn't include the cost of chemicals to fertilize and spray for the weeds. It doesn't include the cost of all of the materials we need to repair the irrigation.
Do you have that number?
I do not off the top of my head. I know for our chemical request, just to spray the parks to fertilize every year is between $80,000 and $100,000. Okay, do we have any more questions? Okay. And then we'll move on to my final department, which is the Canyon Hill Cemetery. So we have had an additional maintenance worker out there for over a year as a temporary employee because we didn't have a permanent spot to put him in. He is kept busy. He always has plenty to do. So one of my proposals for that is to include an additional maintenance worker in their budget. They do keep him busy, and it's one of those things like the lawn care is seasonal, but there's always something going on at the cemetery, and they have to keep the snow cleared. They have a lot of funerals that come up, that type of thing. So that would be $63,615 for wages and benefits. And then we need a new niche wall. Those are where you can put ashes, and the ones that we have currently are almost full. We are also looking at a new walker mower out there. And then, of course, the grass sweeper that I mentioned with parks, splitting the cost on that. They use that a lot at the cemetery to keep it looking nice and clean up. They get a lot of mess from people putting things on the graves and items like that. So, yeah, they're pretty small requests. We are going to, in future budget years, be looking at expanding the cemetery. It's also getting fairly close to full. We don't have a lot of lots left, and we'll probably begin, there are 2 locations that we can do it in. One is near Sacagawea Elementary, and then the other one is across Illinois. And we'll probably start with the one by Sacagawea and do it in phases. Probably the first thing we'll be looking at is getting irrigation up there, but that will be in a future budget year. So, any questions or comments?
Julie, you're doing a great job, and I know you take a lot of questions, and it's for our information, it's for our benefit.
Absolutely.
So thank you for your good responses to us. So overall, over all of your department, and admittedly, you have more to do than even Brett Dorson, and I didn't know that.
An assistant director at some point is gonna be in there too.
How many total employees are we adding under your jurisdiction?
4. Well, 3 new employees and 1 to be reclassified.
Over all of your departments, including the one in the cemetery you just asked for and everything else, okay?
Yeah, there are 2 new employees in recreation and 1 in the cemetery, and then a reclassification of the crew chief at the Cobble Event Center.
Okay. If we had to negotiate with you later, would you keep in mind that there might be a need for us to say, what are the priorities? So that if we came to you and you said, you know what, this one's more important to this year, and we can look at the other one next year. It's really been a recurring theme to me to say, are we asking people to save? We're spending a lot more money this year. Obviously, we have more revenues coming in. We have all the sunsetting of the urban renewal, and we get the trust fund all of a sudden that so many people before us have worked to create. But are we spending the most judiciously we possibly can in the city of Caldwell, so that we can tell our taxpayers no one could spend better or more judiciously, I keep using that word, than we are. And so I just want to throw that out to you so that if we do need to come to you and say, where can we save money? Because there might be some other areas we should be paying more attention to, and we'll get the whole picture later. Part of the way we do this is we get segments and then we get to revenues and then we gotta come back and put all the pieces together.
Yes.
So just throwing it out for you.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just at the request stage, and then we'll look at the revenues and see what we can do. Mhm.
How many full-time employees at the cemetery now?
There are currently 2 that are under me. There is 1 under Debbie.
The admin.
Yes, the admin is under Debbie, she's under the clerk's office, and then I have 2 full-time, I have a cemetery sexton and a crew chief that are under me, and then we use seasonal employees with varied results.
Is Kurt Doty there, or did he leave?
He retired, and the admin is part-time.
Yes.
Now he's added, and then the crew chief also retired.
Yes, yeah, and so we hired a new sexton fairly recently, and then one of the people from Parks moved into the crew chief position.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, any other questions or comments? Anything from the audience? Okay, well, that's the end of it for me. So thank you all very much, Mayor and councilors, I really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. I'm always glad to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are gonna bypass the break for right now, and go ahead and jump into finance, and see where we're at, see if we take a break after that, maybe finish up with public work, so. Our wonderful finance department.
So if you guys don't know us, I'm the finance director. This is Rochelle, she's the treasurer. We're kind of co-department heads. We're probably the only department that has co-department heads. I've been with the city since January. And so we created some mission, vision, and values for our finance department. I'm going to stand up here because I can't actually see it PowerPoint. So, and so our mission for the finance department is to maintain and support the city departments through accurate and reliable accounting, budgeting, and other financial information, as well as to ensure compliance with all federal and state regulations. And we provide accurate oversight, assistance, training, and financial stewardship for all the city departments. So it's a lot. We deal with a lot of regulations, a lot of rules, and federal statutes, state statutes. So our vision is excellence in the management of carefully garnered public resources, because we know that property tax, sales tax, it's we don't want to overcharge anyone, so it's important. And our values, right results the right way, powered by professionalism, culture and learning, going the extra mile, and challenging the status quo. And what that kind of means, we want to hold ourselves up to the highest standard of accountability and integrity by taking pride in our work. We want to use our knowledge and technical skills and communication for the benefit of the city of Caldwell, as well as the residents. And we We value that we want to develop our employees, make sure that they're providing the best information and opportunities. And then we go the extra mile by collaborating with anyone and everyone within the city. And then we embrace change and look for continuous ways to become more effective and efficient. So this is kind of our organizational chart. I am in charge of kind of the grant side, so we have our CDBG specialist, our grant coordinator, the purchasing coordinator, and the new position I'm requesting, which is a budget and compensation specialist. And
I'm in charge of more of the operating stuff of finance related to payroll, accounts payable. I have a staff accountant that assists me with journal entries, bank reconciliations, things like that. And then I am requesting a new full-time position for accounts receivable specialist.
so some of our accomplishments for this last year, we completed the fiscal 22 audit with a clean opinion and successfully implemented the GASB 87 for the city. If you didn't know, we also do that for urban renewal and the health trust, and we have a clean opinion for them. We started the test phase on the electronic timesheets for City Hall. We have the near completion of fully implementing the fire electronic payroll. We completed and successfully passed the Department of Insurance audit for the health trust for fiscal years 2016 to 2021. We have successfully implemented the electronic procurement process through OpenGov. So if you have not checked out the city's website for our OpenGov bidder portal, please check that out. The full bid is posted. And then the policies that we've kind of updated this year have been the per diem rates and then the vehicle policy.
Challenges that the City of Finance Department has faced over the last several years have been lack of personnel and fully trained staff with ability to cross-train. Part of the cross-training process you need more people to be able to know the functionalities and the special intricacies that are required in certain pieces of finance. And we have worked in the last several years to continue to cross-train. But currently we are, I think the entire finance department is less than a year old, except for myself. And so there is a huge need to provide training and expertise to the staff that we have so that they can have that cross-training ability and provide the greatest efficiency to the department. We also have lack of documented procedures within finance, so that's something that we need to work on as far as having our procedures set up. When we do have turnaround, it is extremely difficult to train because we don't have procedures or processes documented. So the new person coming on, I would hate to have something happen to me and then, half my staff wouldn't, know how to do some things. And so we really need to implement those processes in writing so that if we do have future turnaround or even growth as the city grows and we move positions and duties from one to the other, we have it's just a little bit more efficient in that process. As mentioned earlier in the workshops yesterday and before, it costs a lot. We spend a lot of our money here in training when we have turnaround and trying to minimize that cost as much as possible through increasing those types of documentation. Lack of understanding of citywide financial policies and procedures within other departments. So that kind of coincides with not having them written down, but communicating when we have changes and also identifying, what our current processes and policies are. There are a lot of policies that we currently have within the city related to finance that a lot of people are not even aware of or know of, and it's a continuous process in our department to make sure that the city is informed of these processes. As we grow, again, we have turnaround, we have new positions and things like that, and so it's imperative that we have ways to roll this information out to employees current and new employees moving forward. So that is something we need to work on. currently in finance, we feel we are doing too many processes manually. So as industry has grown, as IT has grown, finance departments nationwide have moved more and more reliant on technology to utilize the expertise there, and it provides great efficiencies. And I feel that as a department, we need to move toward automating more of these processes. It costs a lot less most of the time to get a software than to hire a new person, and there's a lot less training and turnaround stuff and all that kind of stuff if you have a software that can essentially do a lot of that work for you. So something we are looking to move toward, which you'll see in our goals as we talk about next. We also have really tight deadlines, and so we've had to look at help during audit and during budget and times when we have legislative deadlines, audit deadlines, in utilizing contracting out or in-house. And so we've had to make decisions. We try to use in-house as much as possible because contracting out for this kind of service is more expensive than having that done within. But that is something that we're continually looking at from year to year. And then we also noticed a lack of community transparency. So we are also working to try and provide better budget information, better financial information, links on our websites. Berlin's been doing a great job of improving our website, and we are going to be moving forward with some softwares and some technology that will allow us to allow for more community input in regards to finances and budgeting, which I think will be extremely beneficial.
So some of our goals, I would say upcoming year, but some of these are not going to be in this upcoming year, but just future goals. Obviously, we're in the process of implementing the electronic payroll process. We're hoping to get most of citywide rolled out within this next year. Same with the electronic budget reports and budget book. We want to increase financial data transparency through OpenGov and create quarterly reports for City Council. Update policies and procedures, including financial, purchasing, fixed assets, travel, and payroll policies. Establish an automated accounts payable workflow. Implement virtual card and new P-card program. Establish a comprehensive financial plan, which includes long-term development and growth plan. And both the financial statements and budget book awarded the Certificate of Excellence through the Government Financial Officers Association.
Another thing that causes more work in the finance department as time goes on is increased regulation. So state legislators and auditors are continually looking at GASB. GASB is the Government Accounting Standards Board. And more recently than probably the last, I'd say more recently, the last 5 years, they've been really scrutinizing and adding more to this regulation than they have before, trying to really make it more uniform for cities across the board in how we present and prepare our financial data for those who do look at it, such as granting agencies and other state and federal entities and banks and things like that. So they came out with new regulation last year for leases. They're coming out with new regulation this year in relation to software implementation or contracts that you have in place for softwares. And we also have a new Transparent Idaho House Bill 73, which mandates that we now report more financial information. Just as we in our own department have had difficulty with transparency, the state has as well, and so this has gone through to increase transparency overall. And so now we as a city are required to report to the state, or will be required starting next year to report to the state all of our financial information on an annual and quarterly basis. So these are just increased duties and things that create more just tasks and deliverables that we have to then prepare for other entities.
And I will say, even though this says effective fiscal year 25, we actually have to start this in October of this year.
I've just found that out today.
So this is just our budget in a very high overview. So finance is part of the general fund. We don't actually receive any direct revenues. However, our costs are allocated among the cost allocation plan, which I did email to you guys, so it is in your email. So you will see a big change, both in personnel and operating, and the differences. Those big changes are from two things. One is that a lot of our costs, I found out, were allocated in general fund for a lot of our software costs. And so I moved them to our department, because they should be in our department, because there are financial softwares. So you will see that change. And there was a couple of big expenses I asked for you in fiscal '23 that you'll see requested in our budget, so.
So this is just a breakdown of the increases. So a total increase in personnel of $381,844 from last year's budget. That first section, $123,000, is to maintain current budget needs. This includes the new purchasing coordinator position, which was approved throughout the current fiscal year. We also have some room in there for the COLAs and the comp study that's currently being done, which we hope to have completed next year. And then the 2 full-time positions that we are requesting are listed as well.
It did include a job description of the new position, because you probably have not seen this type of position before. This position is going to be split it's in our budget, but it is going to be split between myself and HR to help both of us, myself and Shelley, to help with that unique compensation analysis. And I think that the city does need.
And just to touch on the the AR specialist, the finance department has always had an AR, someone doing accounts receivable. Accounts receivable essentially is the function of billing entities for what they owe the city. And that has increased as we have grown over the years. We've also utilized our financial software more so than we have in the past to track that. There hasn't been really a good tracking mechanism when something goes through council that says we are going to lease this or we're going to contract with someone on this, and we want to ensure that they follow through and actually pay us for it. We're using the financial software to be able to track that so that we don't forget to collect and or address it. And make sure we stay on top of those kinds of things. But a bigger part of that is airport. Currently, we have several leases with GASB implementation last year. It has required finance to get involved with the leases, how we record the leases, how we financially have been recording them, and what our processes are there. And we've found a lot of things that need improvements. And so the maintaining and tracking of those leases through our new lease query software and tracking of that implementation and kind of doing some cleanup of stuff that hasn't been done in a long time has created a lot of additional staff time and duties. And so this position will be highly involved with airport, as they are one of the bigger entities or departments within the city that utilize accounts receivable.
So this is our operating increase, and you can kind of see definitely the breakdown of why our software has increased. A lot of these were transferred from general fund, which you can see a decrease in the general fund from that bucket.
Some other increases that we have outside of software, some of the main softwares are the OpenGov that we did mention before, and implementing that. What's the other, wasn't there another new one?
Oh,
they're just open.
I'll speak to it. There's a new software request. Software has not been requested or selected, but it is for grant management software with our grant coordinator. This is really a whole host. I looked at a couple of softwares, and it's really to track both our grant searching and applying for grants, as well as the entire grant process. So right now, all of that process is being done on Excel worksheets. It's very time consuming and not efficient at all. So this the couple of grant softwares I looked at allowed for specific research and allowed for all of our documents to be uploaded. It makes it easier for the auditors, it makes it easier for tracking. And so this is a request. Part of that, if we did get the software, would obviously come through council with a contract. And if we did not select a software, we would not spend this money, but that is a new request.
The other requests in operating are in travel. We travel and meeting, which is where our training is located, and so we just have a lot of new personnel that, with their spring break trainings that they do annually, where they hold a 3 or 4 day kind of training workshop that has several different classes they can attend in how to do things in Springbrook and how to record things and stuff like that. GFOA provides a ton of training as well that we plan to attend. And I think Raylan has some trainings on there. We also have ICCTFOA, which is a great tool for networking, and so we plan to go to those conferences as well. I have 2 staff that I would like to send to the Springbrook training. Fortunately, they don't allow those virtually. We do have a couple of trainings that are done virtually by Springbrook, so we are utilizing that to try and save money on those trainings. And then we have additional cell phone costs, minor equipment, office equipment, and dues, and a lot of that is because of the new personnel that we have and for the new positions that we're bringing on. A little bit to do with some older equipment that we have and some new screens and stuff that IT has recommended that we get. So yeah.
I think that's it.
That's it. If you guys have any questions?
So will the new tracking system, involve all the leases that we have here at the airport too?
Yes, it will include every single lease the city has, not
Okay.
just airport, but it will also have airport.
And when will that be in effect then?
We're currently using it right now. I haven't trained the airport staff to update that. Currently, finance is updating it. But ideally, once we have, right now we're in the process of creating a workflow for how to maintain it appropriately. One of the downsides to the software is that it doesn't really, it's meant to calculate a lease that is going to increase stagnantly over a period of time by a percentage or flat amount. And so because our leases increase based off of a rate approved by council each year, we can't program it to calculate that amount ahead of time. So we have to manually go in and change every lease every month that we go in and do the billing. So we're currently doing that right now, but I'm still working on creating the most efficient process to allow for us to maintain that software. So right now it's not 100% up to date because we're behind on making those changes as the months go by. But by the end of this year, we'll have it all updated, and then I plan to implement the new process in October.
Thank you.
Okay. I just also want to thank you guys for everything you've done. I know this has been a huge thing, especially when it's been there, a minute, and you put all this together and have done some pretty big things. I just had a couple of questions, and I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but I just want to make sure I understand it if I get asked. The mayor touched a little bit on the employee bonus thing, where we're programmed to be able to compensate people for their hard work, that kind of thing. Is that correct?
So, actually, nobody's actually talked about that one. So that is, so that needs to be in every budget under certificate pay, is where you would have saw that. And so essentially, what would happen is that under certificate pay, especially last year, that was where it's at. And it was known as bonus, and so I relabeled it to a GL that was correct to the GL name.
Okay, because I wanted to make sure, because I'm seeing it like 4,000 in your department.
It's because it's 400 per employee, and so our employees it's 10 count, and so that's why, but you're gonna see it in every department, or you should see it in every department. And it's gonna stand out.
Well, that's kind of why I was asking, because I'm seeing the 4,000 in your department, but then if I'm reading this right, at the police department,
It's a lot more because by employee.
let me try to find it again, because I thought it was a less, that's why I wanted to.
So, and it's gonna be, especially for police, it's gonna be by, so theirs is by their division, so they have 5 divisions. So if you're looking just at their 100 division, they only have that's like the deputy chief, the chief.
Okay.
So it's only got about 5 or 6 employees in the first 100 division, but if you look in the 200 division, which is patrol, it's a lot more.
Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to make sure, because I wasn't quite understanding why that yours was higher and theirs was less,
Yes.
but that makes sense. And then the other question I had, I noticed that and again, this is gonna sound kind of nitpicky, but it's more of a question. The printing and binding and the postage has gone up almost over $11,000. And my question about that is, are we not moving more towards, things digitally or?
So the printing and binding is gonna be because of checks. So, because, I mean, that was coming from general fund, so that's a lot of the AP and payroll checks.
Yeah, you'll see most of that increase is because we're transferring the previously budgeted costs from the general fund into finance this year. But yes, as we automate processes, checks will go down. When we work toward, hopefully next year, I want to, if we can get payroll completed for police next year, I would like to go to a P card type system or virtual card type system. It has a rebate tied to it so the city can get funding back for purchases. And so I think that it would be advantageous for us to utilize that. The more vendors we can get to convert over to paying with credit card that way, the less and less we'll be paying to print checks. And yeah, checks, it's about $1.50, almost $2 per check. So it can get pretty pricey. With payroll, almost everybody's already transferred over to that. So it's really just AP that we need to kind of get on board and hoping to start working on that next year.
So I'm trying to follow the money and understand how this is working. So the finance budget went up over 100%. And I understand you moved some things from other budgets into finance, but it went from 600,000 to over 1.2 million. So I'm seeing these admin fees throughout each department. Are those fees in total, or some of them making up that 1.2 million, or how are you covering that 1.2?
So out of the cost allocation plan, you're gonna see about 5 or 6 allocation, but 50% of our budget is paid by the general fund. And then the other 50% is paid by the cost allocation plan, is how it is determined. And so that's kind of how it's made up, is what ends up happening. And that because we do not charge police and fire for the cost allocation plan. So because we spend time with police and fire and they're in general funds, we're not gonna charge them. And so that's why we do not charge them. And so the other funds make up the other 50%.
So, do you expect to see this budget go down next year? Is this a one-time big budget, or is this what you want to see?
So there's definitely about $56,000 in one-time money from the Open Gov. That's part of the setup fee or the one-time implementation fee. So that will definitely come out of the budget next year, for sure. Part of the reason why it looks like it's a huge jump is because the purchasing coordinator was not approved in 23's budget, but you guys did approve it in 23, and so it looks like a huge jump because we're adding it to the 24 budget.
So, you've added a lot of technology, which I think is a good thing, but it's not resulting in a reduction of work, it doesn't look like.
It will result in some reduction of work. it will result in definitely transparency. It will result in a lot of manual processes, at least on the budget side. I will say that it will result in a reduction of work for myself, yes. 100%. I will not have to work 80 hours during budget season, but.
Okay, yeah, I just, you know, when I saw like the admin fees go from 1,800 to 86,000, I mean, that's a huge jump. But that money is going back to pay for your department, 50% of your department roughly, is that, am I understanding that?
Yes, that is correct. And part of my proposal, I will say that I talked to Shelley and part of our discussion was, and I did debate because with the budget and compensation specialist is to ask for it only for half a year and not actually bring that person on until the spring. So that is a possibility that can definitely change. And very open to. One, because I don't have room in City Hall for that person. But I think the other thing is really seeing what Open Gov does and seeing what that implementation looks like. So that would be the other possibility. But I think the big thing is that Shelley and I were looking with compensation, we need someone to take the lead on that specifically. Our priorities there's a lot of our priorities, but we want someone to be able to really take the lead on compensation. And so we don't have to hire a specialist every 5 years. That we know that every year we can come in with analysis with you guys and say, this is what we should be giving our employees. Because when I'm recommending a COLA, it's not an expert opinion that I'm giving you. I'm taking a guess based off of my educated guess. And I'm doing research, but I'm looking at the market and I'm calling other cities and their compensation analysts to see what they're getting. That's how I'm getting my information, because other cities have these compensation analysts to do the work. And so that's why we're looking for this type of person. So,
Thank you.
I can also speak to a little bit of just the department as a whole and creating efficiencies and trying to go more electronic. The department has essentially, in my mind, been understaffed severely for quite some time. I've been here for almost, I think it'll be 9 years now, and we work a lot. And I feel like if you compare our output and what we provide to the public, to council, compared to other cities and agencies in the Treasure Valley, we have been short. The budget books that have been presented by other entities have always been much nicer than ours. The accuracy of the data, I think, could find improvement. There are processes that we have been taking shortcuts on for quite some time, and we've taken some pride in the sense that we've been able to run the department at such a low level, but there's pros and cons to that. Pros because yes, we're getting the bare minimum done with the bare minimum staff that we can get it done with, but the con to that is that you see deficiencies. You see our travel policy hasn't been updated since 1986 or something, you know, and so things that should really be addressed by this department on, you know, every 3 to 5 years, things that need to be looked at, things that need to be analyzed, long-term planning, a lot of stuff that cities are currently doing, we've never gone to. Can a finance department run at the bare minimum? Absolutely, because really, you just need to make sure someone's there to get the data entry in and get the bills paid and get the payroll paid and get all that done, and you don't really need all the planning. You can justify getting away with that for a long time, but if you really want to be able to provide long-term efficiency, and especially right now with the city of Caldwell being one of the fastest growing cities in Idaho, we need to make sure we're being more proactive and less reactive. And I feel that we have been working in an environment of reactiveness for quite some time. And so these positions I feel are needed, but as well as the softwares. And Raylene and I have very high goals for the department. We see what it should be, we see what it can be, and we know that we can get it there. But we also know that it's gonna come at a price. And so that's where we need you guys to provide guidance and let us know how much you want us to provide and give back to you and the community in relation to that.
I don't want to give the finance department more credit than they should, but what we have to keep in mind here is, based on my experience with my previous tenure with the council, there was a lot of times I struggled with all the numbers, and I think this time around, I have a heck of a lot less struggle with the numbers, because I think they're a lot more accurate. And the other side of the coin is, you can't expect these ladies to work the amount of hours that they have without improving some of the efficiencies that they have to have, make sure that we have the right numbers, because they have been putting in a lot of hours, and we need to correct that. And part of that correction is with some of these software programs that they're going to incorporate to make sure they have a family life like we do. So, thank you.
I also want to just kind of address what you said. I appreciate you saying that very much. And I was sort of thinking about this earlier, that any of us who have worked for the city for a long time, even now, I mean, I worked between 2006 and 2011, and the people who have historically worked for the city and stayed with the city have done it because they love the city. They're not getting paid enough. Their benefits are, kind of depends. We've never really offered any reason to work here other than that you love Caldwell. And so I just want to acknowledge that I see that, especially in you, Rochelle, especially after last year when we were going through budgets and then the turnovers and stuff like that had happened. So I really appreciate you sticking by the finance department and helping Raylene come in and make the transition that she needed to do to benefit everybody. And I just appreciate what you just said. And I hope that the people that we bring in as employees, regardless of the department, that they also love the city enough to want to work here, but that we're compensating our employees and our future employees the way that we should be, to elevate and do all the things that the council wants to do with you. So I just really appreciate your time and energy and all the stuff that you guys have done.
Thank you for that. And Raylene is amazing. I think she's doing an amazing job.
You have helped me immensely, so I don't think I would have learned so much.
I'd like to just applaud that presentation and share that same sentiment. I've been here for 18 years, and I fully agree with the presentation, and I thank you for speaking out, saying what you said. Yes. Thank you very much.
No cheers, though.
Very good. And I would agree 100% too. They are our Wonder Women, and what they do is amazing. They're a great team, so it's exciting to see. So thanks for those comments, August, and very well said, Rochelle, on that. So thank you for that. And Raylene, thank you so much. And I can attest that they are putting in extensive amount of hours, and excited for next year, and make it hopefully a lot easier and get some of those hours back for you to spend with your family. So we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break right now, and we'll come back and wrap up with Public Works.
Of water and
and I'm Brent, and I am the Public Works Director. And today is my 18th anniversary working for the City of Caldwell. Now I know you're thinking, yeah, quitter, yeah. So we're just going to cover a quick few things, and then Ashley will introduce the rest of our presentation. So, to start with, I'm going to run back to the computer and turn on the presentation. Try my smart shit to phone. So not too long ago, the Community Planning Association of Southwest Idaho, or COMPAS, they are our metropolitan planning organization, which is an entity that we're required to have as a region in order to receive federal funding for surface transportation projects. That program is now called the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. The name's changed a few times, and it's the money that comes directly from the federal transportation bill. So we were asked to provide a presentation there about the U-Stick interchange. The U-Stick interchange is a project that was a part of, oh, I have to make a joke here too. We talked to the City of Middleton and the Canyon Highway District, City of Nampa. There's all of these entities feel there's a very strong need, and of course the citizens do too. And one of the things that helped us kind of initiate this process was hearing a lot from citizens that where's a U-Stick interchange? So it's going to connect. There's not really room based on the interchange spacing that's required by Federal Highway Administration. So there's not really room to put one in Middleton. And Middleton is certainly a logical place. It's a river crossing. Because of that, we worked with Middleton and not trying to imply their full support. They certainly have been supportive, but how we can make this work for both. And so we came up with, it could be called the Midstick interchange or the Udelton interchange. So as you look at this, there are some kind of faint marks here. It's about 5 miles between interchanges from Karcher to interchange 29. It's a pretty long distance in such a populated metropolitan area like the valley here to not have another interchange. And we've seen them rebuild Karcher interchange multiple times, right? Literally, I think we're just finishing time number 4 of rebuilding the Karcher interchange. You can only eke so much out of that. When the interchange widening project began from Franklin to Franklin, the Idaho Transportation Department folks met with us and the City of Nampa together, and we said, please, we need a U-Stick interchange. And they're like, yeah, it's not off the table, just don't mention it because it's not included in the environmental study, which is a thing, right? They've got their environmental study. Once that's done, they can't deviate from the scope of work or else it disrupt the project. So now it's time to start pursuing this. And so what we have proposed, and it's included in the street department budget, is money for sharing this cost with the City of Nampa, money for an interchange justification report. And that's the first step to getting an interchange. We met with Mayor Wagner and Rob McDonald, and I met with the administrator of District 3 of Idaho Transportation Department, Caleb Blakey is his name, great guy. And they really like this concept because it's one that can be built with very little interference with the freeway. So it's not going to require a freeway closure. It's also got some neat features in that it has some great capabilities to be expanded in the future. So I'll just show you a couple of those. So it was in Communities in Motion. That is the regional master plan for transportation. And it has to be done. That's one of our federal requirements to be able to receive federal funding. And so it was included in the 2030, which happens, these are 30-year plans, so it's back that up 30 years. Passed in 2006, 40-year plan. It was included in that as an illustrated project, which means it wasn't funded, but it was noted as an important project of regional significance. Again, in the September 2010 passage of the 2035 Communities in Motion Master Plan. And in 2040, there was conditions where the Compass Board that we sit on, so we were participants in this, said, hey, we need to focus on maintenance right now because the maintenance needs are so great. And so it was excluded, I believe, that year from the illustrated projects because it's like, are we ever going to be able to fund this? And then the director of Compass told me it's in the 2050 plan. I actually wasn't able to find it in there, but I believe him. I want to believe him. Originally, we came up with just a quick concept with the help of 6 Mile Engineering to put in some big sweeps. The mayor, who has some background in transportation planning, looked at this and said, well, wait a second, this is going to chew up a lot of property here. Is that necessary? So that gave rise, in discussions with these entities, to an idea where we just bring in a surface street, a roundabout, and then a future connection to Laster Lane, and then a connection. This is where it would become an ITD holding, and so everything else would be able to be, it would actually open this property up for development, and you'd have a roundabout with your slip ramps on and off. Now it's utilizing the bridge that the urban renewal was so kind to add some money to, so it could be built as a 5-lane instead of the planned 2-lane structure that ITD was gunning towards. That means that this structure can help serve between these. So that's an elongated, unconventional intersection for a freeway, but it gets the job done, right? It gets us access to and from the interstate that we don't have now. In the long-term future, it would be possible to cut through next to the Happy Day Transit Center, Valley Regional Transit's Happy Day Transit Center, and possibly create a railroad crossing and make connection here from the boulevard. It is very difficult to get a railroad crossing, admittedly, so bearing that in mind. And it also may become possible at some long-term point in the future to build a bridge across here. That would probably require some grade changes to these to get them elevated enough to make an overpass or build an underpass. But those are the possibilities by which this could be enhanced in the long-term future. Before that, you would probably see another leg of this roundabout coming down to connect to the Laster alignment and connect to Middleton Road. And that way traffic would be able to hit this roundabout that's under construction and come here, or come down Middleton Road or up Middleton Road and connect here and have access to that freeway ramp at that location. So this is something that you have told us in the past that you want to see. Many citizens have told you and told us that they want to see it. So the interchange justification report is the first step. Our hope is that as we fund and complete that in cooperation with the city of Nampa, that then we can ask ITD to program and fund the actual construction. So, Mr. Mayor, you may have comments on this. Do you want to say anything more about this? All right, very good. The next thing is a quick word on Valley Regional Transit, and want to recognize the Director of Valley Regional Transit, Elaine Clegg, is here with us, and we really appreciate her coming to spend time with us. The city is a member of Valley Regional Transit. And so last year, you'll remember that we discussed in the budget workshops some changes. There are grant funds that Valley Regional Transit use to offset our membership participation expenses. This is not just participation in a planning organization, it's participation in an organization that is providing transit services in the valley. This is our public transportation for the valley. We created the Valley Regional Transit had kind of forestalled the actual costs that would have been allocated to us for the services we receive with federal grants, and those began to run out. And so last year we had a discussion with them, and it was apparent that our contribution needed to increase to make that work. We worked with Valley Regional Transit to do that at a very minimum level, based on the council's input last year that, hey, we can't make this big of a jump this year. So we programmed that happen in 2024. And that is included in the budget as proposed to meet that. But on top of that, right now we have only one public transportation element in Caldwell, and that is on-demand service. So that means you get on the app and you request transit service, you get to a bus stop, and you'll get picked up, and then you can make connections at the Happy Day Transit Center and catch the inter-county route, etc. What we are proposing in the budget this year is that we would actually add 2 fixed routes. There's a lot more people in Caldwell. We have never really improved our transit service in comparison to the population. And there's a lot of people who don't have access to other forms of transportation. We had a young man who interned. Did Gohan intern with us in Funding Zone? There's a young man named Gohan who is a brilliant kid. As a sophomore, he created a proposal for a big planning proposal that was pretty remarkable. And he actually was invited to present that at the Idaho chapter of the American Planning Association, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking at the mayor because he's the best candidate for knowing that. Didn't you go on? Okay. Anyway, he pointed out, he's a kid that's kind of rising from tough background and making things happen. When he goes to Boise, it takes him 2 hours at a minimum, or half a day to get there. And then based on our transit service that we're able to offer right now. So what we would do if the council sustains this proposal is we would add 2 fixed routes. Valley Regional Transit will explore with us the way to make those routes as good as possible. You're balancing how long the route is, how many stops it makes, with the time cost of doing that. Adding 2 routes would enable us to provide a lot more service to a population that's more or less doubled since we improved service here. So that's included in the street fund. I just wanted to mention that. And Elaine, I'm sure, can more concisely answer questions for you if you had questions to ask her, but I'd be happy to attempt to fill them as well. So with that, over to you, Ashley.
So I do have one slide. Before we get there, though, it's not urgent. I'm going to talk to the different changes in Public Works Department structure that you may have heard about over the last year. Ron McDonald, our city engineer, mentioned it in his presentation last week, and I just wanted to kind of drive that point home. The first question you might be thinking about adding 2 Public Works deputies is, why are we doing it? It's really because we believe that it will benefit the health and the safety of the public. For years now, the Public Works and Engineering departments have been so short-staffed that we've had directors and appointed officials contracting, managing construction, and sometimes even designing their own projects. That's really not their role. And so they haven't been able to perform at a level that they would like to in order to be there for the staff. You know, it causes burnout, and in turn, unfortunately for the city, a lower quality of service and longer response times to the public when we can't do that. It leaves the department heads unavailable to advise their staff on other assignments, minimal time for staff training, and unfortunately that causes avoidable errors and hazards to those who are looking for responses. In addition to that, it provides minimal to zero strategic planning and value engineering, which ends up costing the city more over time because we do not have enough time to plan appropriately. So our goal in changing the structure is really to correct these issues and operate in a more efficient manner and avoid that burnout that we've been seeing. So the org chart here, which is unfortunately very tiny, but what we have been proposing and working towards is a senior public works director with 1 deputy over transportation, 1 deputy over water resources, and 1 city engineer. And you can see the current staff that are in those positions. Our goal is really to kind of split the public works department in half and provide additional support to each of the department heads. So adding the transportation deputy public works director is our second step in doing that, and hopefully making the senior management staff more available to the department heads when they need advisement. And that's all for me for the time being. I'm gonna pass it back to Brent to discuss the other couple position requests.
Thank you, and I just appreciate that. Lacking a more gracious way to say this, I don't have, you know, that I will be gone before too long. I don't have too much of a dog in the fight, except I really do care about what our outcomes are here, and I love Caldwell and what has been and is being created. And so I do want to reaffirm that it is my belief that adding another deputy director is very important to being able to have the Public Works Department do what it really should be doing and really function the way it needs to function. These restructuring changes, I think, will really help as well. Having city engineering, the city engineer under the Public Works Director is a pretty normal structure in municipalities, and Rob, the mayor, and I, and Ashley and I have all talked about these together, and actually I think we've also discussed that together. So I do also want to make one quick comment, which is kind of seizing the mic, but there are some changes you're gonna see in the budgets this year because of the modifications to the cost allocation plan. This used to be referred to as the administrative fee sheet, and cost allocation plan is probably a better name for it. I just want to compliment Raylyn and Rochelle. Raylyn, I think, really was the leader of that effort, and what is important is that when we allocate costs across the city, that it is based on some rational, defensible basis. And so she went through and made sure to identify rational, defensible bases for allocating those costs. And that meant some increases for some departments, and it meant decreases for some departments that might have been overpaying. And we haven't adjusted those for a long time, so that was a valuable exercise. We've been through similar things, frankly, with Compass and Valley Regional Transit when we go through a solid logistical evaluation of what is each member paying and how is it proportionate to their population or their lane miles or what have you. And sometimes it means a change that's doggone it, you end up being the one that has a harder hit in your wallet, but it's fair, right? And so I just want to compliment the efforts that have been invested there to make that cost allocation plan. But you will see that it does result in some differences in cost in several departments. Just to Ashley's point, we have functioned as a lean machine in Caldwell, and I'm proud of that. That said, we have grown so much that it is, we don't want to exit lean machine and go into failure. The manpower shortages that Julie mentioned in her presentation, we relied very heavily, at one point in time Parks was under Public Works, and we relied very heavily on that temporary manpower, and that is just not available like it used to be. Parks has had better success this year in acquiring temporary manpower than for several years, right, Julie? But it's, that was crushing to several departments when, through the course of COVID and other things, there just wasn't people available to work on a seasonal basis. And we really appreciate the council has taken several steps to correct that and make it possible for us to staff up adequately to do the job. And there's a huge savings that comes with doing that. It's ironic that we, by acquiring staff, are going to save money, but it is a reality. I'm going to point just two of those out. Number one, hydrogeologist. We're asking that the council authorize a position to have a hydrogeologist. We have, in my opinion, the best hydrogeologist in the state of Idaho working for us as a consultant. He's running out of runway. And we spend, last year in 2022, we spent $300,000, plus or minus, let me get the number, for hydrogeology. And that's not going to go away entirely, even if we get a hydrogeologist, but it will go away eventually. And getting someone trained up, that's an extremely technical field. That person would be funded directly from the water department is how it's proposed. They serve principally the water department, a little bit the irrigation department. And it's critical. Your water supply is absolutely critical, and it must be done right. We must protect the aquifers here, and there's a lot of hazards that, frankly, the rulemaking and state statutes that exist at this point in time do not protect the aquifer. I'm not saying that to insult anyone, it's just a reality. My professional opinion of which I am absolutely convicted. Next, electrician. So having a hydrogeologist, $312,000 in 2022, we would see that diminish significantly. They will pay for itself very well. A SCADA engineer. SCADA is a funny acronym that stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. And a SCADA engineer, we spent in 2022 $280,000 on a great company, Control Engineers, having them help us with this SCADA. SCADA is what controls pumps and motors in well houses, sewer lift stations, the wastewater treatment plant. It allows us to program and automate functions. Were it not for that, we would have to staff this treatment plant 24 hours a day. We would have to have several more water department staff running around to wells and making adjustments. Terry's volunteering Doug. The point is that SCADA is extremely important, and having our own programmer internally that can help us make adjustments and add capabilities would present a huge savings to the city. And then lastly, I do want to touch on just one more. Bob will cover the electrical department in detail, but we are asking for a couple of electricians. And we have Bob and Eric and Jacob? John, our new guy, we have them absolutely throttled. They are ridiculously overwhelmed, and we spent, for one of the city's electricians that does a great job for us, $470,000 in 2022. And adding a few electricians is going to expand our bandwidth and allow us to save a lot of money. So that's position requests, and with that, happy to answer any questions on that, and then I'll hand it back to Ashley. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't have a whole lot left. I just wanted to provide a summary of who is about to speak and who they are and in what order real quickly. So our first department after myself is going to be the building department, and that's going to be done by Brett Clark, our building official. Then the street department by August Medlin, the superintendent. Then the airport by Rob Oates, the airport manager. Then the water department by Terry Martin, the superintendent. Then the wastewater department by Gus Betterly, the deputy superintendent. And then sanitation or garbage service will be covered by Brent. And then after that, electrical department by Bob Nelson, who is the superintendent. And then finally, but last but not least, the irrigation department, which is set underwater. Doug Bergstrom will cover that information, who's our construction supervisor. Thank you. So we'll invite up Brett now. Thanks.
Mayor, council members, good evening. So sorry I wasn't able to get a PowerPoint put together, but really what I have is kind of short and sweet. So I did put together some information on where we're at with our permit status this year compared to last year, and which now, as you can see, where we're at this year, we are on track to set a record for single-family dwelling permits. This was last time we saw this was in 2006. Back then we issued actually 1,199 single-family dwelling permits in 2006. And so right now we're at, as of July 7th, we're at 530. At this time last year, we were at 385. So we should end up around 1,050, something like that, which is incredible. Another big one is, if you look at the multifamily has always been really trailing behind, our neighboring jurisdictions in the Treasure Valley. Last year at this time, we had 8 new multifamily buildings. This year, right now, we're currently at 38. So that's huge. So other than that, with this, all staff they're working very hard. And what we are very proud of is, it's my understanding, through speaking with contractors and other building departments, we still maintain the quickest turnaround times for permits in the Treasure Valley, so that's good. Our goals this year, really, with what's going on, we are to really increase our training opportunities for all the inspectors. We need to expand their abilities to maintain a smaller staff. A lot of the reasons you see other jurisdictions, they have a very large inspection staff, is because they have one person for one discipline. What we do in Caldwell is we have one person that we strive to get several disciplines. So that's our goal this year, is to, we haven't asked for a new inspector this year, With the way it's going, more than likely we will next year, but, this year we're gonna focus on the training, focus on getting some of the inspectors some more certifications. And that is our primary goals this year. And also to get our permit staff, to get them out in the field a little bit so they can broaden their overall knowledge of the construction process as it relates to the submittal process. We are asking for 1 permit tech this year. Currently we have we have 1 permit tech, we have a permit manager, and we have a record specialist. All 3 of them are overwhelmed. All of this is taking away from our record specialist duties and our permit manager duties. So we have held off on that for several years, and it's time for a new person in there so we can maintain at least 2 permit techs at the counter taking in permits. Right now, we're seeing a lot of days where we have one person, people take vacations, people get sick. We have 1 person in there trying to handle all of it. It's not working. Our only capital request this year is a 4-wheel drive pickup. We've got 3 of our older 2-wheel drive trucks, and we're looking to replace the oldest one there with a new 4-wheel drive. And then I did put together some numbers on the projected revenue for 2024 and our operating costs and our overall difference on that. And then I did compare it to show an updated revised projection for the current fiscal year. So you can see we have no problem affording new staff or new permit technicians.
That's about it.
Any questions on that?
Question?
Yes, sir.
So with your revised projected revenue, will that help offset some of the costs on the personnel that you're going to hire, or how's that gonna work?
With the revised projection? Well, the revised projection is 2023.
Mm-hmm.
So our proposal is for the 2024 budget. But yes, I mean, definitely. And all of this, you know, with this difference is all put into, you know, a reserve account apparently for you know, the downturn in the economy, to be able to support our staff and that.
Because in theory, the work that you folks do, which is very important, obviously to the city, the fees that we charge just offset or match, you know, anything that you guys need for new employees or training or whatever. So I just want to make sure that we have that in place. So,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council, if I could just add quickly on to what Brett said. One of the things that we do with this revenue as well is it helps to support departments that are providing services for which there's not a fee possible. So when you go into the planning and zoning department, for instance, and you have an inquiry about land, you're receiving services for which there's no fee attached. And so some of the revenue that is generated here helps pay for those things. And then fire prevention, right? When someone builds a building, we're gonna help them keep it safe through the fire prevention requirements of the fire code for the years to come. They're not paying for that service directly. And so we do have a small fee for both planning and zoning that's associated with the building permits, but what we probably should look at doing in the long-term future is augmenting our building permit fees downward and allocating more of that directly through planning and zoning and fire prevention so that they are, so that's just revenue directly into their accounts.
I will just say in the trends, and we probably will talk about it tomorrow, so it used to be, budgeted revenues used to be split out for the building permits between planning and zoning and fire prevention. And that's what used to happen, is that building permits used to do that. In this budget, we are no longer going to do that. We are keeping them in building, and so we can track the trends and see what those fees are. And then if there is a, because they do just go into the general fund. And that's where fire prevention is budgeted, for planning and zoning is budgeted, is in general fund, so.
So it's going there anyway. Thanks, Rick. All right.
Good evening, Councilman, Mayor, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here and for this time. My name is August Medlin. I'm the City of Caldwell Street Superintendent. I've been an employee of the City of Caldwell for 18 years and superintendent for a little over 2. Tonight, I really just am here to deliver the budget presented by Brent Orton in the Public Works, and support it, answer some questions, and really just I'd like to take this time to get everyone to know us and know the street department, know what our values and goals and missions are, and just know a little bit more about us. So our mission at the City of Caldwell Street Department is to safely connect Caldwell, Canyon County, Treasure Valley, and the great state of Iowa, and connect all of its citizens. Our vision, to develop and maintain roadway networks to a world-class standard, enhancing growth, prosperity, and quality of life to the community we are dedicated to. Our core values at the street department are people, accountability, trust, and honesty. People in the community are our most important customer, asset, and resource. The well-being, safety, and quality of life for our traveling community are Caldwell Street Department's biggest concern. Relationships, customer service, and partnerships are our focus. Our people, the City of Caldwell Street Department staff, really the City of Caldwell Street Department staff values our employees and know that they're our most important asset. We respect and care for the well-being of our employees. We emphasize internal communication, support, and facilitate the development of a successful, skilled workforce through recruitment, training, mentoring, succession planning, trust, and empowerment. We encourage a healthy work environment through wellness programs and work-life balance, which is really what we aim to do for our employees. Accountability. As far as accountability with the City of Caldwell Street Department, we believe in accepting responsibility for our actions, behaviors, performance, and decisions. We promote collaboration and transparency at all times. Trust. We strive to earn and maintain the confidence of the people we serve through honesty, ethical decision-making, communicating, and honoring our commitments. Honesty, we conduct ourselves with the highest degree of integrity, respect, and truthfulness. And that goes for, I can honestly say, for our entire department and all of our employees. Goals of our department are really to become a fully staffed department with capable and competent and caring employees to lead the City of Caldwell Street Department into the future. new positions that could benefit the city, and the visions, I think, of the current administration are a new fleet management department, which will save the city tremendous costs and efficiencies, and I think it'll just help everyone in every department if we do have a fleet management department. I think we need to add a couple of positions to start that fleet management position or department, and get some highly trained mechanics in here to work on this vast fleet that we have of heavy equipment, vehicles and pickups and small equipment, as well as tools that we have and use mechanical tools. So a set department budget, an approved set department budget with the street department would foster stewardship. I think we've always been good stewards of the money and the citizens' money and the taxpayer dollars. And it would also ensure efficient use of resources, use fiscal resources responsibly, protect our natural resources, and it would help operate efficiently and manage risk. It would help our department operate efficiently and manage risk. So this is just a slide of our life cycle of our vehicles that was put together by our previous Superintendent Gordon Reed and Brent Burton here. And we work off of that when we need to replace a piece of equipment or heavy equipment. We've also taken into consideration really the state that current piece of equipment is in. So if we don't need to replace that piece of equipment in that 10-year cycle or 5-year cycle, we assess it yearly with our mechanic foreman, Stephen Tracy. He's a diesel mechanic, trained, certified, and he really gives us good advice on what we need to replace or what we don't. And he's really good at maintaining and keeping our equipment running in good working order. We're sitting in a really good spot right now. Gordon Reed and Brent Orton has set us up with some really great equipment that has lasted us, with high quality equipment that has lasted us a long time. So we're really not in need to replace any of our heavy equipment right now, which, is, you can imagine, is very, very costly to replace. We'll assess everything yearly and see if we need to replace something, repair something, and as we feel the need, we will submit those requests to council every year. So right now we're sitting very well. An approved budget will also allow us to preserve our assets, maintain and preserve our roadway infrastructure. It'll allow us to procure, secure, and maintain equipment, technology, and assets. It'll ensure a state of good working order and prolong the life cycle and utilization of our tools, equipment, and assets. So our lifespan cycle there that we consider every year and take a look at, we started in 2021, and you don't have this slide in front of you, but it's just a short clip of this lifespan cycle that was started by Brent and Gordon Reed. And we've really tried to work with it and stick by it, but we've really found also by being good stewards of the money and really taking care of our equipment, we've been able to make this equipment last a long time. So we're really not making any major requests at this time for any major equipment. We do have some smaller requests in there. I'll give you some examples. We need to replace a paint cart that we use to paint crosswalks and stop bars and such, and so that's a $10,000 cost with a $10,000 push cart behind it. I think we're asking to replace one ton pickup, around $50,000. We have found that a little higher cost that we have in the budget request is, we found that some of the Cummins motors that we have found in some of our Kenworth trucks have had a head issue, and we had to repair one at the cost of $20,000 unexpectedly. These vehicles are out of warranty, and these vehicles have this reoccurring problem with this head and head gasket, and we anticipate having to repair those here in the future, so we'd like to set aside some money for that. That is one of the bigger requests that we have, and I believe we're asking for about $100,000 because we have 5 of those trucks. If they all were to go out at the same time, then we would have to repair those motors at that cost. And if they don't, the money's sitting there, and we don't need to use it, but I think it'd be better to be safe than sorry and have the funds there if we have more issues with these motors. We've tried a new program called Mastic recently, where you've seen maybe on Homedale Road, where we've laid a layer of what it's really a rubberized tar material, and it's pretty successful. We've laid it on the boulevard between 5th and 9th. We've used some on Homedale, and we'd like to procure a little more of that product and continue using it, and so we've asked for a little bit of money for that. I believe $5,000, and we'll just continue to try to use that, and that might grow in the future. But other than that, we really don't have any big expenses or big requests right now. We've asked for a few items for our shop, a cantilever rack to store metal for our fabrication area. I think we're asking for $8,000 there. We need to replace a drill press that's probably over 20 years old with a big commercial grade drill press. We're anticipating somewhere in the realm of $5,000. And we'd like to get a boring machine at the cost of $9,500 so we can do some of our own minor boring, similar to what the water department has, but I believe they have an older boring machine. It's just a pneumatic bore. You hook an air compressor up to it and you can bore under sidewalks and smaller jobs like that. Other than that, I think you guys have approved a lot of things that we've needed, and we're sitting in a very good place. You approved the purchase of a new truck to replace one of our old 10-wheeler dump trucks, which is going to come with a stainless steel sander bed and a snow plow. That's going to be very, very beneficial to us. And so I think other than that, we're sitting really good budget-wise. And I think that shows in this year's budget, that $343,046 for that new truck. I anticipate us receiving that hopefully somewhere September, October. I'm going to follow up and check in on that here soon. But yeah, other than that, I'd like to just see if anybody has any questions at this time.
August.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I can't say enough how much we appreciate your department, and it's incredible what you do. It really is. And I don't know how you do it with the staff you have, but you and I have been talking recently, and you just told me you're still short 6 employees.
Yes.
If our roads and our infrastructure is together, we're failing. City administration, you're failing, we're failing. What do we need to do to help you fill some of those spots?
I think we've been very creative in trying to do a lot of different things, recruiting, sharing the benefits and the packages and the pros to working here at the city of Caldwell. I think somebody said it a little earlier, a lot of these guys do it because they love this community. I, for one, was born and raised here, grew up here all my life. I love serving this community. And you know, to help us to become fully staffed, I really think it comes down to wages. And I hope this wage study that we're doing, I think it's the step in the right direction. This wage study should be something that will help us out tremendously, I believe. Everybody in our department's required to carry a Class A CDL, just as an example. Anybody can go drive a truck with a Class A CDL and make upwards of anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 a year, depending on how much you want to sit in that seat and be behind the wheel. There's a high demand for Class A CDL carriers and drivers, professional truck drivers. We need them to run our equipment, to haul our equipment around, to snow plow in the wintertime, to haul gravel and dirt and asphalt when we do projects like that. So I think if we set a new standard and we have very competitive wages, and we are looking at already wages that City of Napa is providing, Canyon Highway District 4, ITD, and if we can get in that realm, I think we're really going to be in a good place. And I also like to add that, you know, when I was younger and started in this field, these were jobs that a young man like me were aspiring to have and to be and to do. And it seems like the mentality has kind of gotten away from that. There was lines, and you know, you had to know somebody to get to this field and to work for a city entity or for a municipality. But it seems like the construction field has really put out some real competitive wages, and people have went that route. I think we have competitive benefits. I think we have excellent benefits. We are close in wages, and I think if we get those wages up to be a little more competitive, we'll be in a different position. So, yeah, your guys' support and strides you've been making now, and for us recently, have been tremendous. I think they're a great help. The 12% last year, you know, the fostering work-life balance and a great place to work with employee appreciation recognition, with you know, gathering people, bringing your kids to work day. I think all those creative things help retain employees, attract and retain employees. But yeah, I think we're making steps in the right direction, but we really need to have competitive wages, and I think that, that study will help us out tremendously.
Good, thank you for saying that, and I hope you would, because you and I have talked. And I know we're gonna hear about revenues and we're gonna talk about wages to come, but I wanna say this while you're up there, because it's one of the major areas where we've got to make a change. And employees like yourself that have been around for, how many years did you say?
18 here, and I worked for the city of Nampa previously.
And for those 18 years, you've been hearing, urban renewal will sunset, hold on, the day is coming. Well, the day is here, so we're gonna see what we can do about that, I know, but it's important, especially when we talk about streets, that we understand the real need to do something competitive, so thank you again for what you do.
Thank you. And I want to add, you guys might be thinking, well, if these guys are, if the street department is not going to be working on Winter Wonderland, what will they be doing? That might be a question in some people's heads. We take a lot of pride in that Winter Wonderland. We've been doing it since its beginning, and I think 12 years now. And the guys really take a lot of pride in it. But they also know that they're neglecting a lot of their other maintenance duties and construction duties and tasks and projects. But that's neither here nor there. We're getting paid out here to do a job, and so they're more than willing to do it. But I think we're excited and a little saddened to hand this off, but we know we'll be able to hopefully catch up on some of the tasks and projects and maintenance that we need to be doing. We're excited to have the help and the support, and we're always going to be there to support the Parks Department or anybody that takes this over. And so if you're wondering what we're going to be doing, there's a lot of road maintenance out there that can be done from September to November before winter comes and we transition into winter maintenance. So yeah, there's a lot of things to do. Any other questions for me?
Yeah, Liz.
Sir.
I was looking at your vacancy sheet here. We seem to be missing heavy equipment operators. Are they in demand? Is that where we're short?
Yeah, if you know somebody that can run a motor grader, for instance, a bulldozer, or just a handful of heavy equipment, they're really out there making $30 to $40 an hour. You know, so heavy equipment operators for us are in the $20 to $24 an hour range. So they're hard to come by. And a skilled operator, that's another thing I kind of would like to touch on. You know, some people think we're just laborers, we're just maintenance workers. You know, you can fill those positions with anybody. In all honesty, we're skilled labor, and you need to have skilled labor that is intelligent, that's honest, hardworking, and that can think and grow and learn. And so, yeah, I think to answer your question, we just need to get those wages where we're more competitive to fill a couple of heavy equipment operator positions.
Off the top of your head, how long have these positions been vacant?
Oh, kind of off and on throughout at least a full year, if not two. We've had heavy, high turnover, let's say. You know, people will come, we'll get them trained, we'll help them out, we'll teach them a couple pieces of equipment, make them more marketable, and they'll go. We've lost, for instance, I think the last 4 or 5 employees that have left us. The most recent one went to engineering to be an inspector, but have went to Canyon Highway District, number 4. And just as an example, I think their truck driving, that's what they called the title of the position, is truck driver, went over there making $22 to $24 an hour. Don't quote me on that. I think I passed that information along. And here, maintenance workers making $16 to $18 an hour. So, in fact, if we were to help somebody get their CDL and they were an entry-level truck driver, laborer, maintenance worker, they'd be making 16 to 18. But as soon as they have that CDL, they would literally go to Canyon Highway District 4, become a truck driver and a laborer, and they would make $4 to $5 more an hour. So that's been a real struggle for us, and they've recruited a lot of our guys. They're very conscious about, and Cheney Roads over there is very conscious about trying not to take our resources, but you can't fault a guy for going to make more money, and he's literally going a mile away from his previous job and making $4 or $5 more and actually doing way less and having to do and know way less than he has to here.
I'm just wondering if maybe based on our experience here, we need to recategorize heavy equipment operators to fill this. I mean, this shortage is long-term and difficult. If we need to do something specific to that job, if that's where you're hurting the most, we may need to do something individually there.
I think you're absolutely right. We need to sit down and reevaluate the job descriptions, and I think at some point in time, not necessarily revamp everything, but really just look at them and see if there's some things that we may need to change there. And I think also set a structure for growth here. You know, we have different levels and different levels of pay, but we as a department really need to define a pathway for some of these guys and define that if you're here 1 or 2 years and you've learned these pieces of equipment, now you're stepping up to another level of pay. We kind of have that and we do that, but it's like the gals from finance said, we don't have these policies written down, so when the next superintendent takes over, that's all in writing and that structure's all there, that we can just follow that. So there's still a lot of work we need to do internally as well, but I agree with you totally.
August, I missed one question I did have for you, and if you don't know the answer, maybe we can pick it up later when you come back, rather than having to go back and forth. If you know, professional services is going up quite a bit. What is that for? It's going up to 133,000 from 19,000.
Can you touch on that, Brent, please?
Yeah.
And a lot of the budget, capital improvements, big projects and that, I don't necessarily get in with Brent and Rob and don't have time to so I don't know the answer to that question, but hopefully Brent can help us with that.
Which division, Jeff?
Streets?
There's
Multiple divisions, so give them the GL code on the left-hand side.
should be a 3-digit number in the middle.
400?
Okay, that's MS4. Okay, so this is the municipal separate storm sewer division. And it's housed within the street department, but it helps us satisfy the regulatory requirements of our stormwater permit. The EPA has now delegated to the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality. So here are the expenses associated with the MS4 professional services. There's a number of sampling related things, and Ashley leads the effort for the regulatory compliance part of the MS4 program. And street department takes care of the physical labor portion, cleaning catch basins, sanding grease traps, sweeping the streets that are related to MS4. So looks like it was 19,000 last year, and here are the actual line items for why more this year. One of them is the biggest line item here is, or I guess competing for biggest, is the airport storm drain capacity study. And if you don't mind, let me just hand it to Ashley real quickly and she can tell you about that.
So in 2018 to 2020, we received an enforcement action from EPA for violating our stormwater discharge permit at this airport. So the purpose of this study is to determine if we have the land space and infrastructure to contain all of our runoff on site. If we can make that happen and we're not discharging to waters of the United States, we would no longer have to have that permit. So that would result in a tremendous amount of sampling and staff time that goes into managing all those documents and collaborating with airport tenants to keep us in compliance. So if we did not have those connections to Indian Creek, all those requirements would go away. Yes, so I guess overall, the professional services costs under MS4 have gone up so much because we received a new permit across the city, the MS4 permit, which is, it covers our ability to discharge stormwater to, again, waters of the United States. And that permit recycles, it reinitiates every 5 years, and the more recent one started in 2020, and there are specific actions and activities that we have to do under that permit through EPA. One of them right there that you're looking at, the balloon reduction activity at 12th Avenue, stems from some of the bacteria and nutrients that are exiting our system into Indian Creek. And so we are required to investigate that and remediate it, make sure that it's not happening.
Thank you.
Any more questions for me? Well, at this time, I'd just like to conclude, and I'd really like to thank all of you, each and every one of you, for making this a great place to work, a great place to live, a great place to raise your families. It's because of your support and your leadership that we have a great community, and I want to thank you guys very much.
As we transition, I get the mic back, I'll just throw in there, the capital improvement, you will see some significant costs in capital improvements in the street fund this year. One of them being the pathway underpass at Karcher. So there's a total of $3 million budget there, $2,500,000, $2 million for that project, and then $1 million for other sidewalk related projects. There are a number of intersections that need to be fixed, and so there's several of those I'm happy to show, and maybe we'll save that for the end if we have time, if that's okay. And then those projects fall into 3 categories. One of them is federally funded projects that are coming to us through Compass and Idaho Transportation Department. Middleton and Mystic Roundabout that is constructing now is an example of one of those. One of them is cooperative projects with Canyon Highway District and/or Canyon Highway District and the City of Nampa. We cooperate on projects that are on jurisdictional boundaries quite often. An example of that would be the Plymouth Street Bridge. That's a long-term project, and it's going to take a while to get done. We're going to have to get some special appropriation from the federal government to make that happen. It's just too expensive to fit into one of the state's programs. But there's work that we're cooperating on that project with. And then lastly is city-funded projects where we are funding the project alone. And an example of that in 2023 will be the signalization of Mystic and Montana. Rob McDonald was just able to acquire the last bit of right-of-way. I wonder if the seller may have been motivated by the fact that there was a horrible accident that resulted in a fatality there. So he has signed the documents and we now have that right-of-way, and we'll be able to go ahead and install that traffic signal now. So there are 3 examples of those projects. The other big hitters in the street fund would be bridge and culvert related projects, replacing culverts that are bad and bridges and such. So happy to go over those in detail if there is a desire. Thank you.
Did you find a file that runs in the upper right corner from the desktop?
Okay.
Well, good evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, council members, lots of co-workers, community members, other guests. It's great to see you all tonight. My name is Rob Oates. I'm the airport manager for Caldwell Executive Airport. I've been here for 12 years. And before I begin my discussion of the airport's proposed budget, I'd just like to second basically what Ashley and Brent shared. I have a little bit of a dispute with some of what August said. Most of what he said was just fine, but I'm not sure that he's not still a young man. But I personally, as the airport manager, I've had a great run with August and his predecessor in leadership at the street department. It is a stunning organization for what they're able to do with such limited resources, especially when compared to what other municipalities do with their own organic street capabilities. So our group does an amazing amount and have provided just incredible support, not just to the community, but also to the airport. All right, on to the airport tonight. I'm here to talk about the proposed airport budget. The budget for the airport, if you've ever attended one of Brent's budget presentations before, you'll know that for one reason or another, I'm not sure if it's just Brent or maybe it's the budget itself, but there's a lot going on in the airport budget. It's a complex thing, lots of moving pieces, a variety of revenue sources, lots of expenses, and things change from year to year. There's a lot of variety in what happens in the budget. So I'm not going to attempt to touch on everything, but I will talk about some of the highlights of the budget. And some of what I have to share with you tonight will be familiar to some of you, in that it supports the run-up to why we have our budget structured in the way we do, or why we do certain things. Those things that are fairly familiar, I'll try to go over fairly quickly. This slide is one of them. Some of you may have seen a version of this slide before, but Caldwell's Airport, if you haven't heard the secret, it's a pretty big deal. We are on the national aviation stage based on some statistics that I'll share with you later. For many, many years, we have been the busiest airport in Idaho for takeoff and landing operations. Airports of any kind, anywhere in Idaho, counting Boise. Okay, we're the busiest airport, bar none. And we also have more aircraft based here at the Caldwell Airport than any other airport, actually in the Pacific Northwest, because that has grown. We also have space here at the airport where we can grow. And that is the mode that we are in right now, and that's a part of where our budget's going, is the fact that the airport's growing, it's changing, it's developing. And there are things happening that reflect that. We are also the designated reliever airport. That means in the eyes of the FAA, we are paired with the Boise Airport. And reliever in the FAA definition refers to the ability for people who may otherwise choose to position their aircraft at the Boise Airport. They would be gently encouraged, though not required, but encouraged to consider positioning at Caldwell, because we're the airport paired with Boise. We're one of 250 or so similar pairs of airports around the United States, where an airport like the Caldwell Airport is paired with a larger commercial service airport. Many of you have flown into Denver. Naturally, that's a huge metropolitan area, but the main Denver airport actually has 3 designated relievers throughout their metropolitan area to do the kind of pairing that we're doing with the Boise Airport. So that's one of our roles. We've carried that role since 1987, and that has influenced some of the development decisions and some of the funding opportunities that we've had for our airport. Now, apologies ahead of time too. Brent is a master trainer, and he taught me to use small print. Okay? If you attended Brent's presentation, anyway, sorry, Brent. No, to share with you briefly though, and apologies again, I'll simply read this, especially for the folks who are tuned in and unable to see the screen. Our vision of the Caldwell Executive Airport's future success involves growing into a region-leading public use general aviation facility that drives economic activity in Caldwell, Canyon County, and the Treasure Valley. And I would say we've been working in that direction my entire time here. The mission of the Caldwell Executive Airport is to provide FAA certificated pilots with around-the-clock airport facilities, policies, and procedures that offer a safe, standardized experience compliant with FAA and other regulatory guidelines. And then getting down to the what's happening now in the sense of our goals for this coming fiscal year include implementing the approved airport personnel changes that have already been put in motion by the Mayor and Council, completing scheduled FAA AIP grant projects, again, which are in the pipeline, finalizing the development agreements on the 3 approved requests for proposal that we're percolating, and also moving forward with our FAA partners on the air traffic control tower project. And again, all of those are expected and routine actions, and they are in progress. Some of them have been in progress for some time, and we hope to, in several cases, move toward actual completion. Okay. We have some expenses, and as I mentioned in the opening, things vary a lot, and our budget shifts quite significantly based on the sort of FAA-approved grant-funded projects that we get. So when the grant money flows in, we naturally have a much higher revenue appearance on the books, but we also have much larger expenses too, because the grants are used to pay for those projects. So the project that we have lined up for this fiscal year involves constructing additional terminal apron and expanding our taxiways, which are actually the taxiways adjacent and serving this building. So out the window here is our taxiway Bravo, which leads parallel to the runway. So our plan is to extend taxiway Bravo and also to create another connection to the runway, so that will improve the circulation through the apron, which is right out the window here for this building, and make it more usable by the higher performance, the jet aircraft and the big twin engine aircraft. So that we are expecting to be funded through standard FAA grant processes. And you can see the bottom line there where it says the total $1.5 million is the estimated total for the project. The FAA, via their 90% funding model, will offer us a $1.35 million of that total amount. Our partners at the Transportation Department in the Division of Aeronautics in Boise will pay the $75,000. I guess I probably have a pointer here, don't I? Either that or it's a destruct button. There we go. $75,000. And then the city's portion, the city match or local match it's called, is $75,000 for that project. So in the current environment, in this model with the FAA, city taxpayers have to come up with $75,000 to benefit from a $1.5 million project. It's a pretty solid return on our investment dollar. Now we have a second project on the board to look at tonight, and that is the FAA BIL Tower program. And I might back up because I didn't mention it yet. Well, I did mention it early on. We're in the process of seeking an air traffic control tower for our airport. The utilization of the airport has risen over the years to the point where we are well qualified under the FAA's model for determining who gets to play in that arena. So we have been invited in Caldwell to participate in the FAA's contract tower program. In that program, we are offered entry to that program if, during a 5-year window, we can produce an air traffic control tower that's built where the FAA agrees that it needs to be built to their standards and equipped with their list of appropriate equipment, radios and lights and weather connections and lots of things. So we are on that path, and we've been on that path for a bit over a year now, and we're in the process of the second major step, and that is getting an FAA team to certify our location for our tower. We hope that that will be accomplished in the next few months, holding our fingers crossed. The FAA has given us some positive indications that they're moving a little faster than they had predicted. So when that comes to pass, our next step will be this item, which is on the board, which is the tower environmental study and the 30% design. In order to do an environmental study of this sort, where we're going to build on land that hasn't been touched before, except in our case, mostly to be farmland, the engineers have to do a bit of the planning work for what that site is going to look like in order to facilitate the inputs to the people that do the environmental study. So that's the purpose of that 30% design indication. Naturally, excuse me, once the environmental study is completed, then they'll finish up and go to 100% on the design naturally. But that's just the terminology and the way that's situated. This is a lot less money, and it's not intended, but obviously it's a factor of 10 from the figures above. It is only expected to be around $150,000 total for that, so each of the numbers down the line is less in turn. So $7,500 for the city's contribution to that effort. Now, lest you think these are exceptional or unusual things, this is what we've been doing each year. Perhaps not quite as big as the $1.5 million, but those do come around every few years. But we are spending every year several $100,000, most of it grant money, on maintaining our airport facilities. Our FAA partners who helped us build the airport in the first place and obtain the land that the airport is on are very big on the idea of maintaining what you have, taking care of it. We, as airport consumers, are very excited about the sexy things, the brand new construction projects and new asphalt, new taxiways, new this, new that. FAA, much more logical and grounded, and they say, yeah, we'll help you with new stuff if we have enough funding. But they take care of all the maintenance and safety-related issues first. And that's kind of their priority schedule. And we're required to work within that in order to benefit from this funding model. Okay, those are a couple of the major expenses. We've got some other spending planned through the mayor and council's guidance this year. We have included $100,000 for beautification efforts, and that's going to be around this terminal building, and depending on how the budgeting works on that, that may expand to other spots around the airport facility. We've got some defining to do on exactly what that's going to look like as we get into it, but that's in the pipeline to help improve the place overall. We also have, you've heard talk tonight about a number of departments looking toward new staff positions to accomplish this, that, and the other thing. In the case of the airport, City Council and Mayor have already moved forward on that front. So I'm not going to ask for any more positions tonight because I'm going to tell you about the positions that they've already set in motion. And this is the spoiler alert, there's two of them. But there's money also included in the budget for vehicles, because naturally people will need vehicles in order to accomplish their duties. And what I didn't note up there is there will be other things too, in addition to the vehicles, potentially office furniture, computers, cell phones, and in the case of at least one of the positions, some tools will be involved in making that person more productive. So anyway, there's money involved in bringing new people on and getting the proper equipment and facilities set up for them. So that's all in process. Here is what those new positions look like in the sense, on the left, it shows the mayor, public works director, and myself as airport manager, and then I have an assistant, Lisa, who is not down in the office at the other end, even though I'm pointing that way. Anyway, we are going to adjust our staff here, and the airport as a city entity will be shifting from responsibility of the public works arena over to directly in line with the mayor. And the new position is the director of aviation. That person will be an appointed official within the city structure. And the director of aviation will then be the supervisor for the airport manager, the administrative assistant, and then the airport maintenance person that I have hinted about with truck and tools and cell phone. And I would just like to note at this juncture that I appreciate the fact that these new positions have been created. Several folks have gotten up here and said, some of these changes that are being proposed and bandied about have been long overdue. This kind of an adjustment of our airport structure is probably long overdue as well. The airport has grown in the 12 years I've been here, and we've kept the same structure. It's simply just the two of us as city employees holding down the fort and doing quite a bit with not much. I mean, it's the same refrain you hear from other departments. So this, I think, is a good move for an airport our size at this point in time. So I'm looking forward to getting this implemented. All right, here's a little tidbit of information which we'll build on later, but people often comment when I say I'm the airport manager. Caldwell has an airport? I don't hear that quite as much anymore, but you know, that was not that unusual for people to be surprised that we have an airport. Well, we do. We have, and these numbers naturally vary, but this is a recent certified count through our FAA partners. 458 typical aircraft you might think of as a Cessna, four-seater type aircraft, piston engine. Multi-engine pistons, 25, a few jets, a bunch of helicopters, a couple of ultralights, and I didn't include it in here because I'm not absolutely positive, but I think there's a balloon, hot air balloon lurking in one of the hangars over there. And naturally it's deflated. But anyway, we keep track of these numbers and they are reported to the FAA, and that helps them understand where aviation activity is growing, where it's declining, where they need to put emphasis. Anyway, that's our based aircraft breakdown of the moment. Let's see, wrong way. So those aircraft, they live in the hangars you see across the way. Well, you can't see them at the moment, but they're through those blinds. We have 300 hangar buildings, and those 300 hangars are housing, if you did a little quick math, the count on the previous screen was over 500 aircraft. So, lots of hangar buildings, lots of aircraft there, lots of people involved. This slide really looks a lot better on a white screen, because the colors don't really do it justice. The large segment of the pie right here is Ada County. And you can see over here, Boise, Meridian, Eagle Star, other Ada County. These are the locations where those folks who own those hangars and have the leases on them, leasing the dirt from the city, where those people live. So 50, I want to say it says 53. Can you see that, Brent? 53. Oh, wait a minute. I have it right in front of me. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. 53% of our hangar owners actually come from Ada County, somewhere. Boise, Meridian, Star, what have you, Eagle. Naturally, a lot are from Ada County. The blue 10% slice, actually city of Caldwell folks. And then the kind of mustard color, 29% up there is other Canyon County and a few other places. And then a small slice from out of state. But a huge number of our hangar owners come from elsewhere other than Caldwell. So we already serve a lot of people from Ada County, so we're in a large part fulfilling that reliever role that was designated all those years ago. And I can guarantee you that almost everybody who comes in from somewhere to the east of us will be in favor of the Eustic interchange that Brent talked about earlier. Well, that was one of the very first things Brent and I ever spoke about. Even before I was airport manager, I don't know, I didn't mention tonight, but I served twice, 2 terms almost, as an elected city council person. So I doubly appreciate the fact that you all are spending your time getting acquainted with these budget issues within the city structure. But Brent and I have talked about the Eustic interchange for a decade, and thankfully it could come to fruition at some point in the not too distant future. Okay, so I mentioned those counts of aircraft and such are maintained by the FAA. Well, here's a slide that I am fairly fond of. It shows a list beginning with 1 in the upper left over there, and going down you see 15. The list on the FAA's database goes down to 2,900. So 2,900 general aviation airports get FAA funding like I described for Caldwell. So amongst those general aviation airports, if we sort that list by the number of aircraft that are based at that airport, as of a few weeks ago when I re-looked at this, Caldwell landed number 7 in the United States for the number of aircraft that we have based in our airport. So that's that national stage I mentioned. If we looked at the number of takeoff and landing operations, we are the 11th airport in the United States. Amongst the general aviation, naturally, we don't compete with the big passenger airports, Chicago and LA and all that, for takeoff and landings, because they're on the go more than we are. But we have a lot. So top ranked in the United States for that. And you might also note, amongst our peer airports in that column labeled tower, we are the conspicuous outlier there with a no. We don't have a tower at this point. Again, another one of those reasons why it's time. It's time to be seeking that tower. And with the support of council and mayor, we're on that path. So there we go. Now, it just gets worse after this. I just want to warn you, because taking the cue from Brent, I actually brought in some fine print here to share with everybody. But this is some actual budget-related content for us. And the thing that we have looked at, and probably the most important stuff is at the bottom here. In fact, the very bottom line probably is one of the most important. That represents the fund balance projection. That's essentially our carryover money, our savings account, if you will. Money that's used by the airport to fund larger projects until we get reimbursed for them, is one of the main uses we make of that money. So this is showing the years from 2024 on out to 2029 with projections for the growth of different factors based on our historical patterns. So you can see in that first entry right down here, it's showing our fund balance projection at 600, and again, it's right in front of me. I don't know why I'm trying to read that screen. And when I say right in front of me, does anyone have a magnifying glass? It's very fine print. Anyway, the graph shows it's just under $700,000 right here. And this graph shows that fund balance shift year by year out to 2029. And it shows some of that dip is instructive because it's related to not only the fact that we're getting some new employees, so that's running our costs up, but we have infusion of money in order to properly account for that to some degree. But as we move forward, some of that money goes away because the money was provided in the budget planning in order to overcome that hurdle. And once the hurdle is crossed, then we begin taking out that money so that it gets back to a more normal position. So this represents again a part of that where I mentioned there's a lot going on. The budget we're looking at here reflects the fees that Brent and I have worked out, and I don't know who else might have offered some input on that, but each year we talk about how to approach the things that change are the fee we charge as a city to those hangar owners I keep referring to over on the other side. People and businesses own the hangar buildings, the city owns the dirt. So we lease the dirt to them on a long-term contract, which were those contracts Rochelle was mentioning are being incorporated into a software system to more properly and accurately account for them down at finance. Anyway, one of the things council does each year is set the fee for what going forward, what those rates will be for folks who have those lease agreements with us. The complicating factor is, not only do we have that fee to set for those newer documents, but we also have a portfolio of older contract documents that have a variety of other contract terms in them and ways that the fees get adjusted. So we have to account for all of that, and it all comes together in the budget, the revenue side of our budget document. But I might draw your attention to the large print in the upper left of this slide. This is showing the first column there says 2023. That represents the fees that we're charging now for the land under two different types of hangars. One is our hangars that have direct access to a street, like Aviation Way, or Dishman, or Dauntless, or Tail Dragger. We call those business hangars or business access sort of hangars. The other are referred to as private hangars, where the idea is that hangar owners in those facilities are not permitted to have customers come and do business transactions at the hangars that are inside the fence. Those are intended to be storage hangars for aircraft. And people use them for more than that naturally, but storage is the prime direction. So because those hangars with access to the street have a higher level of service or amenity, if you will, from the city, we split the rate last year, and those hangars are charged 42 cents per square foot per year. And the hangars inside the fence have been billed at 32.5 cents per square foot per year. So, an agreement was struck last year between council and some members of our airport commission and some other airport community members during a lengthy and protracted conversation about the nature of these fees and how the fees are adjusted, how they're set, and what reasonable expectations were going forward. And the agreement was to utilize last year a historic growth factor, which is right there, 3.6% annual growth. And so that was our fee increase last year. And so the fees that were 22.7 cents per square foot per year went up to, they went up a little more than that last year, but the annual growth was pegged at 3.6% per year. Anyway, that's the factor that has been applied this year. And so that means that our 32.5 cent per square foot rate adds 1.2 cents per square foot to go to 33.7 cents per square foot per year. It's a pretty good deal. There's some strings attached to the good deal, though. It is a subsidized rate because it's considered for only hangars that are facilities that are consumed for aeronautical use. So there are restrictions on what you can do with your hangar building. You can't convert it to mini storage, for example. We have an inspection program where my assistant and I go around and we, over the course of each year, over several months, we visit every single hangar, talk to the hangar owners, check and make sure they're making appropriate use of the hangar. If they're not, we urge them into compliance. And if not, we have a big stick that we can further encourage them. Anyway, the 3.6% though will result in, actually I say will, you can see it, it's reflected in the graph already because that's applied to the other things going on in the budget documents. So the one thing I would call your attention to, council members and Mr. Mayor, I am, as the airport manager, I am personally concerned about the tie-down rate that was set last year to $75 per month. We have had quite a lot of pushback an unhappy comment from our airport user community. And fairly rightly so, because that is among the highest tie-down rates in the United States for a general aviation airport such as ours. One fellow marched into the office and said that he was here, and this is not terribly unusual, but here from an airport in Alaska. And he said there, when he does a public tie-down, he not only gets the tie-down spot on the ground, but he gets an electric hookup for $55 a month. Pretty good deal. Now, you really desperately need that in Alaska, of course, because you have to keep your aircraft block heater percolating so you don't freeze your engine. But that's the one item that concerns me, and I would really like to see us reduce that rate back to something I could support even $50 or $60, I think, personally, but 45 might even be better. And in the sense of supply and demand, the lower rate might encourage more use, because we do have some users who are avoiding using our tie-down simply because the rate is high. Now, you will say, but I look over there and there's a lot of aircraft over there. Many of those aircraft are there because they can't readily move. And so they are paying the rate, though they're not happy about it either. So that's the one item in the budget that I wouldn't hurt my feelings at all to take an additional look at, to perhaps consider adjusting down a bit. Oh, and I might mention, there's a couple little boxes over here. That first line under special revenue fund, property tax, airport levy, there's additional money there under 2024, and you can see that the money drops off year by year, and that's noted over here in the little box. There was a large increase scheduled for this coming year in order to help with those new positions and the expenses involved in those. And that money will then drop off year by year to get us back to a more normal position. And likewise, our sales tax allocation is still there in 2024, but in that similar way, it is reducing year by year until we eventually expect that the sales tax allocation that's being used for the airport now will be available for other purposes within the city. So, okay. And the print just keeps getting smaller, I will say. Some of these presentations, I am led to believe, are going to be made available online if you would like to look at them in more detail. And even more of the documents will be available. This is simply an extract out of our budget plan spreadsheet, but the actual budget documents probably lay things out fairly clearly too. But these two spreadsheet segments, the top and the bottom, represent the top revenue items and the top expense items for the airport's budget this coming year. And the revenue includes that property tax from the previous slide and the state tax allocations. And there's $1.5 million under federal grants and state grants and land rental. Our lease income shows a crowding $300,000. And our expenses reflect something similar on the bottom section there, showing our increased personnel costs, and then that effort to improve our grounds with the beautification effort, our electricity. The two new vehicles are reflected there, just the vehicles themselves. And as I noted earlier, there's other things related to that too, but the vehicles are the lion's share of it. And then again, there's that expense for the FAA grant program, where we have to, big amounts of money come in, big amounts go out. So anyway, those all go through the airport budget. All right. Eventually, and I haven't mentioned it tonight, but we almost always talk about it, because eventually we're going to extend the runway. When the utilization of our airport reaches a certain point, an FAA trigger point, if you will, by the use from larger aircraft, These are the aircraft that we have seen here. In fact, that Citation 10 up there is right outside this building. Well, not there now, but he was. And the Gulfstream, the Bombardier Challenger 300, that size aircraft, utilizing our airport so many times per year that we can document, is what will give us the justification under FAA rules to request the money to extend our runway. So as Sky Ranch builds out, North Ranch and Next Ranch, as they all get built out, then they're going to be bringing in more of this executive transport sort of jets. We're seeing that now. Jets come and go more frequently than they once did, but we're not to the level yet for the runway extension, especially not of this sort of aircraft. So that utilization is growing over time, but there's just no way to know accurately how long it might take for that to come to pass. Anyway, I just threw that in as a little something fun toward the end, and I'm happy to answer or attempt to answer or deflect any questions. I have backup here tonight. I'm looking at you, Rochelle. I thank you for offering the time, and again, for offering your time to be here. I think it's unbelievably important for the leadership to know as clearly as can be shared what's going on, and to hear directly from the horse's mouth. And by the horse, I mean August over there, because he leads a crew, and I'm not kidding. But anyway, I've heard other presentations too. There's just an enormous amount going on within the city, and it's a great place to live, work, and play, and hopefully through the efforts the council will make in finalizing the coming year's budget, we'll just improve on that as we go forward. So, Mr. Mayor, that's all I have.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Terry Martin, the Water Superintendent, last Eric was the Superintendent. I got that promotion about 3 years ago in 2020. Before that, I was hired as a maintenance worker for the Caldwell Water Department in June 12th of 1989. I've been with and stuck with the Water Department, plus the City of Caldwell, because that's what I believed in. It was a job that was fitting. I'd never be rich, but I'd always have a job. And that's what I'm here. And I appreciate all, my fellow employees. So some of our missions throughout the water department is always providing a safe drinking water. And delivering our best customer service as possible, and maintaining complaints and dealing with all federal and state regulations. And why I bring that up, they're always changing. Every 5 years, there's more samples you gotta do. Different deals that you have to test for. And that's all based on population of the city. We're getting ready to hit 70,000. What that does to the water department, it jumps our water service sampling that we have to do monthly. Our vision is we appreciate the department and how we work together as a team and help each other in various roles throughout the water, irrigation, line locates. We need to see our department grow in employees to be better supporting our ever-growing community and increasing demand of our water supply. Our primary goal is to deliver safe drinking water. Our vision is to upgrade to new technology and will improve our daily operations and maintenance. So some of the goals of us doing this and how we can make that work is we're doing a cold water master plan through Bowen Collins. It's an outside engineer that we have to do every 15 years to be compliance, I guess, with DEQ. With their plan, they tell us how many wells we need, how much water we need for our daily peak demand, for not just the residents, but for fire flows. And the other thing they do is they'll tell us the pipe sizes we need to be putting in, where they need to go. They give us how many employees we should have by the size of the community that we are. That will be coming across mayor and council's desk, hopefully once we get it revised and done. So that's something we can look forward to. To meet and comply with all state, oops, sorry. So right now, the city of Caldwell has 250 miles of water lines that are undersized and old that need to be replaced. And that'll help on fire to meet daily fire demands. Many of the fire hydrants also need to be exercised, flushed, and inspected frequently. And why that is the state insurance fund rates the city on their fire capability every 5 years. Right now, we do not have a current flushing program, but we're trying to work on that. To meet and comply with new lead and copper inventory regulations. This project is 80% done, where we will have lead and copper active replacement plan in place by 2026. So the EPA from Flint, Michigan, here a few years ago, started this deal with the lead. And that's what's trickling down now to us. So in 2025, we have to know every service in the city of Caldwell, what every line is, if it's galvanized, lead, copper, plastic. And this just don't end on the city's part of it. This goes to the private house too. We are currently upgrading our operations on AMI. It's an automatic meter. So what this is going to do is it's going to save us going out and reading meters. Every 14 minutes, every radio will transmit a reading to City Hall. And just the money that's going to save on time and man hours is incredible. So part of two is this master plan with Bowen Collins. They're suggesting right now that we need to drill one well every year for the next 5 years to be in compliance. Currently, the valve calling program, until finished, we still got quite a few valves in the city that are buried under asphalt. We can't find. They need to be exercised at least once a year. Recently, the city bought new ground for the water department shop to help house our growing needs. So some of our vehicles, we have 18 vehicles in our fleet, which is from pickups, from half tons, 3/4 tons, 4-wheel drives, 2 tons, 1.5 little dump trucks. We've got a real good fleet of vehicles. We have one vehicle that sits most of the time until shut-off list. And then shut-off list, every one of the vehicles plus are going out do a shut-off list once a month. Our machinery, on average, we replace 3 to 5 vehicles per year. In addition, we have 17 heavy equipment machines in our fleet that we upgrade one machine approximately 2 to 3 years. So in our heavy equipment, we try to get 10 to 15 years out. Right now, we're asking for 2 new machines, track hole machines. One's a little rough, it's about 24,000 pounds, and the other one's 40,000 pounds. To replace the one, it's sitting in our yard. So there's some equipment problems with it that no one can figure out why it won't work. So we gotta basically get it going. So some of our capital improvements, State Highway 2026, Shenton West utility lines. State Highway 55, Carter Road, Middleton to Farmway. Currently, we are just started a 3-mile project of Purple Sage water main extension to extend out and pick up the Caldwell housing authority. So the manpower, I'd like to talk about our manpower quite a bit. We're asking for 3 new people this year. One of them is a utility line locator. The water department got selected, I guess is a good word, to house the utility line locator. So our line locator does water, irrigation, storm drain, power, there's nothing, sewer, irrigation, if I didn't already say. All these deals, it locates when it started. December 19, our locate tickets for the month was $148 a month. On June 2023, we have 1,068 tickets a month. And you can refer to the utility locate ticket graph below. What this does is not only one guy has to do all this, it takes him 4 times. So if someone calls in 100 foot or a block that needs to be located, he has to travel that block 4 times. Up, back, get another car, paint up, back. So right now, the TDS is putting fiber in. They usually call in 1,500 feet a day of locates. TDS fiber has 6 drilling rigs right now. So that's a lot of footage. So we've had to pull 200 and 300 people from the water department staff to help them keep caught up. This is, something we have to do by federal law. They got 2 days after to have it located once they call it in. One of the other positions we're looking for is a lead production operator. This position will oversee well houses, maintenance, operation, SCADA, which is a supervisory control and data acquisition. And Brad sort of touched about this a little earlier on getting someone to help program and do all this. A valve and hydrant maintenance. This person will assist with the aspects of all the valves and hydrant positions. He will help the main guy with traffic control, jackhammering, and go back to the bull and Collinsdale. If we exercise 11 valves per day, it'll take us 3 years to exercise all the valves in Caldwell. By DEQ standards, we should be exercising these valves at least once a year. Then to come back to some of August skills, we'd like to have a heavy equipment operator. This position will help with aspects of the construction and maintenance. The benefit of these positions will help us stay in compliance with federal and state regulations. These two positions will help the water department move forward with daily operations. We're gonna do an increase in fees and for connection fees over the next 3 years, the developers will be paying for the fees. This will help with the budget deficiencies. So when I took over the water department / irrigation department in 2020, we were a department with a lot of different rules, a lot of different procedures, and we weren't just one department. We were irrigation, we were water, we were service, we were construction, and we all went different ways. Since now, we are a one department team in my mind. We all help each other, we care about our employees, our teammates. They'll do everything they can, work overtime, come in and help, emergencies, whatever, because they are too dedicated to the city of Caldwell. The two major rules of living: by one, providing safe drinking water to every service, every home, and two, that all our employees make home safe. I cannot be happier with the current team and how we work together every day to complete time restraint projects, daily tasks, and maintaining our public water system. Right below that on the left, there's a picture of Linden Street and Speed Parkway. That is actually just right out here in the field behind the Turner building. That is a sewer line sleeve that we put in before we could put our water line, before we could put the 500 lateral pipe across that. That is 14.5 feet deep. This is why we need quality, experienced people. There's a guy down in that hole if you can't see him. You know, the shoring there. We have that shoring weighs a lot. And it can be fatality really fast if you're not careful, if people are not knowing what they're doing. To the left of that, or to the right of that, Carter Road in Indiana, that was a 12-inch water main that got bored served by a contractor that lived at the whole intersection of that, the asphalt and everything. That's another reason why we need qualified line locate people. It ended up costing us a lot of money, weekends, after hours, flaggers. It was just a mess. The next page, that is Ustick and Cleveland Boulevard. That is the water department upgrading the 12-inch water main. That was in there. And it was an 8-inch. Do fire falls, daily demands, during traffic, keeping people in water, providing fire flow for the city of Caldwell. One of my big pet peeves, I guess, is I like to see city buildings, city's infrastructure looking good. The first picture is Purpose Age Elementary School, well house production facility. I'm glad you couldn't see it before. It was a mess. It is painted now, the walls, the pipes, the floors, everything. So if you walk in there, you're proud to be part of the community and what we provide. The next one is a blue picture of a well house, and it's one of our booster pumps. That is still the pride of what I look at when I see them. The next picture is Steve Stauffer. He's with DEQ. We volunteered to have him come over and test samples for PFAS voluntarily and see if we had any. PFAS is the stuff they put on nonstick pans, raincoats, and that firefighter foam. So we wanted to be prepared if we had it. What do we have to do in the future to take care of it, because we know it's coming. I guess that's all for now, so. Is there any questions?
I'm looking at the deficit on the revenue versus expenses. Obviously, I don't think, unless I'm wrong, the raising the connection fees probably won't make that up, will it?
No, it won't make all of it up.
Yeah.
So we are gonna raise the water rate of 4.99% this year.
Okay.
It will help with that, yes.
Okay, all right. So that'll offset some of that.
That'll help offset some of that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to, I wish I would have put a picture in, so we just purchased one of the valve machines on a truck. I will get it in to that deal. It was a $250,000 pickup. We've finally got a guy hired to start that project. The machine will GPS count the turns, how hard it was, I mean, from start to stop. It is awesome. It is gonna be so neat to get that started and get everything where it should be, because it's gonna help our mapping, it's gonna help us. We know what size our lines are, and we know if the valves are open or closed. So,
Terry, or related to one, you know, we just got crazy new growth. From a water standpoint and a fee standpoint, is the new growth paying for itself, or is it causing your department to get behind?
I think that'd be a good question for Mr. Workman.
Thanks. The new growth is not paying for itself entirely. The study that's being done by Bowen Collins suggests that we need to raise our connection fees a lot to make sure that that is happening. And so we're proposing a 50% increase in those connection fees this year. And you'll see us propose another 50% increase in connection fees the next year, and probably another 50% increase in the connection fees the next year. So we're probably talking 3 or 4 years to get this in the right place. They also indicate that we need significantly more staff than we have to run the system that we're running. And we've really hurt badly through the COVID and ensuing period during which we were badly understaffed. Terry showed us pictures of building the Canyon Hill Lateral. Street and water departments built the roundabouts at Lake in Ustick and Indiana in Ustick. We've done a ton of work for the city that has saved the city a lot of money that we've been unable to do things like that because of this short staffed issue. Anyway, and they're having to focus really on just the water needs and just the street maintenance needs at this point in time. So, so we definitely need some increases there, and that's why.
So our deficit is in our installation costs, that's where we're hurting. If I understand it right, the developer is putting all the water lines within the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
We're just making the connection to the subdivision.
Yeah, so we don't necessarily just connect to subdivisions. In fact, the developer is required to build the water mains along the front edge of the subdivision, so they're helping in that respect. One thing that's a bit of an unfortunate thing is the 2009 Water Master Plan. The company that did that work for us had just lost their modeler who really knew his stuff, and they provided a recommendation that we have now discovered is deficient. They recommended 12-inch mains would be enough, but it's really not. We're going to be putting in a lot of 16 and 18-inch mains, and we're going to have to do a lot of replacement over the years because of that. So what really is getting us this year, and the reason that the expense budget is so large and we're spending so much fund balance, is because we have several roadway projects that are driving the the US 2026 widening. We're having to put water main in so that the road doesn't have to be torn up later on. And in some instances, our water main, they're changing the elevations of the road to get the grades better, and it interferes with the position of the water main, and we then have to replace it. So you have US 2026, Karcher Road, and then Farmway Road. All of those are set for rebuilds of the roadway or widening of the roadway, and we've got to get the water installed ahead of that. You'll see that same issue in the sewer fund, actually. So there's lots of capital expense in both those funds relative to getting those installations done ahead of time. That said, there's been a lot of analysis in the master plan, and so it's okay for us to be gradual about those fee increases in the to align with the master plan, because that's not alone. If it weren't for these roadway projects, we'd be in way better shape and the bleeding would be a lot slower. But because of those road projects, we have some big capital expenses. And then the point about the wells, we're gonna have to have the money coming in faster to be able to build wells quickly enough to satisfy the demand that's coming with the trend in growth. Thank you.
One more question, how deep are our wells on average?
Probably between 350 to 425.
The reason I ask is I was privy to a meeting that Canyon County Commissioners had regarding water, and especially over Napa. They're just definitely afraid that a lot of the county folks or residents are gonna have to hook up to Napa's water system. And the reason for that is they have a misconception that if they hit water between 90 to 100 feet, it's a good aquifer, when in fact it's not. It's just drainage from irrigation, period. So that's something that we need to keep track of. Brent, I don't know what you have planned for the future, but we want to make sure that our wells are deep enough. Water flows downhill, so we're fortunate that anybody that's going to run out of water will probably be the last city to do so.
So I'd like to talk just a little bit, I don't know if I said it, the city has 15 domestic wells at this point. We've got 4 booster stations to provide water throughout the city of Conroe. Right now we've got 4 different pressure zones. With the north allegation, when that's completely done, we'll have 2 more pressure zones that we have to maintain. And that's why we need the wells, we need the storage for all this demand.
I'll just tag onto that, Councilman Sadek, to your point. Interesting, we've done a geologic study of Caldwell based on all the lithology or the cuttings that we're pulling out of these wells. And when a developer builds a well that we inspect, we also take cuttings so that we can correlate, and we have gamma logs and things like that to help us correlate and understand what our aquifer system is like. We are at the wet end of the valley, and moreover, we're at the wet end of the aquifer. The idea that the aquifer is flat-lying and like a bathtub generally is untrue. You drive through the mountains in Idaho, you see the geologic formations are all plunging and tilting, and so that's, some people characterize it that way, it's inaccurate. Interestingly, it is somewhat accurate in Caldwell though. There are a number of layers, lots of interbedding between water-producing layers and clays. So it's not just about, your point is extremely important, but it's not just about that. It's also about getting those layers that have appropriate water quality and sealing those wells. Well construction practices in the state of Idaho have typically created a hole, you call it the borehole, and then you put the well casing in the middle of that. Then they fill the space between the borehole wall and the casing with gravel. Well, the problem is they've penetrated through several water bearing zones, some with good water and some with bad water, and now they're able to intermingle. So you're literally contaminating, many wells out there are contaminating the groundwater around them with the poorer water quality water bearing zones into the better water quality bearing zones. So we also have to keep our eye on those good quality zones. The comforting thing is we are in the low end of those aquifers, and so it will take, we'll be the last ones in the valley running out of water. So.
Thank you, Mayor, council members.
Great job.
Good evening, my name is Gus Betterly. Brent.
Actually, appreciate you guys being here tonight, good evening here. With the wastewater division, the assistant superintendent, wanted to share some things about our division right now to update. Our vision is renew and reuse water for Caldwell's future generations. Our mission is to protect public health and enhance the environment by collecting, treating, recycling this valuable resource in an effective, efficient, and responsive manner. Some core values for our department, our division is safety, number one, but we protect ourselves, others, and the environment before all of our other priorities. We have a very important financial accountability. We do our best to be responsible stewards of the public dollar. Our division trust is believing in each other to do what is right for the organization, our community, and supporting one another through successes and failures. Quality service, we reliably and equitably deliver exceptional products and service to our customers all day and every day. And lastly is our excellence in leadership. We really strive for continuous improvement and to empower our employees to achieve greatness by setting really high expectations and supporting their development professionally. As you guys know and you've heard a lot, we are growing. We are Idaho's fourth largest city, with over 70,000 people. At our department, we process 8.5 million gallons per day, which is actually over 3 billion gallons of wastewater every year. So it includes the collection system, all the lift stations, and at the plant. Right now we are requesting 3 new jobs, and I'll discuss them a little bit later, but there's 3 jobs in our division. First is a lab and pre-treatment coordinator. That is a new operator and a mechanic. Our administrative goals, very important. We provide oversight, supervision, and direction for our entire division. Again, trying to promote and provide training opportunities for our staffing, emphasizing communication, teamwork, leadership, and management and safety. We are diligent and we comply with the IDEQ, or the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality, and the EPA mandates that we are given, and as they relate to our wastewater facilities. We have a huge goal of identifying, plan and oversee the upgrades and improvement projects, which also include alternative treatment strategies for our wastewater. We participate with federal and state regarding future changes to our Idaho Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, and we continue to build relationships with all of our regulating agencies through really open communication and transparency. Our real huge goal is providing around-the-clock emergency response for the facility and the collection system. In our lab and pre-treatment group, we are requesting the 1 position for the lab and pre-treatment coordinator, which is the first of the 3 jobs we're requesting. And we are also requesting a vehicle for this pre-treatment team. So excited to say that our pre-treatment team is fully staffed, our lab is fully staffed, and this extra guidance, this person will also help fill as we are growing on our lab. We are taking on a lot of additional sampling responsibilities, and which is huge because those have been farmed out and paid out to other, to have those taken care of by other agencies. And we've taken a lot on ourselves, and our guys are just amazing. Again, all of our groups, we're really proud of our teams and the initiative that they've taken for equipment to say, hey, we can do this ourselves. It will save money, and it's been countless time and time again, so I'm really proud of this team. So we've been performing a lot of new samples in-house just to save money, and it's had a sense of pride with our team. The same lab team, they work diligently in preparing our permits. They do the samples, but they also upload the data to our WIMS computer system and this program, and that actually goes towards all these the monthly, quarterly, and annual reports we have to have for this transparency, part of our requirements. This team also, they perform maintenance, calibration of lab equipment, maintaining a really diligent and a detailed QA and QC, the quality assurance, quality control program to ensure analytical accuracy. They also are always reviewing our limits. We have a lot of legal things we have with our pre-treatment team. They are out on the streets working with our collections team, and they are working with local businesses as far as grease abatement and trying to educate our community and just to strengthen our, protect our system, and looking for potential problems that could also come to our plant. They identify, they work with people permitting, they monitor, and they also work with a lot of these industrial users throughout the valley, our whole area here. In our collections team, we are almost fully staffed. We have one open position still. This team, this division actually maintains clean and free-flowing conditions in all of our sewer mains throughout the city. We're working to have video inspection of each of these lines that they're cleaning. Every 3 years is our goal. They're also trying to get all of it's over 220 miles of piping that we are documenting. We've got documented that we're trying to get cleaned every 2 years. We are implementing new technologies that are proven to do this as well, between cameraing and different the Vector trucks we've seen around town. It's a big equipment, and these guys are doing a fantastic job. They are also, again, this division is providing around-the-clock emergency support for all collection systems and anybody who calls it. There's just a small sewer complaint, odor complaint, but we respond in a timely manner. One of our goals, this group, is to minimize inflow and infiltration of groundwater into our sewer lines to minimize unnecessarily hydraulic flows into the treatment facility, and also working with line repair and rehabilitation, as well as working with the engineering division in implementing collection system, spot repair, and additional rehabilitation work there. This group also is diligent in communicating with our community. They investigate, report with sewer damage and claims, working with other departments as well now. They are the frontline defense on that. In our operations team, I kind of combine this with our maintenance group, because our maintenance team, I will add, we have 2 current mechanics, and they are doing all of the work for maintenance on all of our equipment at the plant, and also on the collection system, all pumps and miscellaneous repairs. It is desperately needed for this one position is very, very important on that one. And our operations team, who are all highly trained as well, they all required to have licenses in wastewater. This group, we need to have more, as our permit requirements are becoming more and more stringent. But we are always complying and doing our best to improve all of our maintenance procedures through additional program and management. We are working diligently to involve all of our treatment staff in our process control, maintenance, and the improvements that we make at our facility. And we are trying to grow our future leaders at our plant through this. Implementing proven technologies for improved water quality and maintenance management as they become available. We're doing this due to increasingly stringent permit requirements, and that's what we have. So many more things we have to monitor as this gets more difficult. We need staffing to help with this. Current projects we have going right now, larger things with sewer master plan by JV Engineers. This is to be completed in 2023. This is for all of our collection system. We have a facility plan update that's going by Keller. That is to be completed in 2023 as well. Our shop expansion is by Bowen Collins, and that is underway. Just recently broke ground, and things are moving forward. And that is very needed for our response time. Our Vector trucks that had to sit outside, we have to winterize them, and this when we get a call, we have to come back. We're having to come back a lot of times and take that truck out of winterization, fill it with water, prepare us to get, it's a very time-consuming thing, and that, time is sometimes not on our side when it comes to taking care of the public and having this really good response time. So this shop will allow us to have our 2 Vector trucks, both of them inside, prepared, ready to go to help serve the community. it has also helped with other things for planning and maintenance and additional storage that is desperately needed. Another one is our septic receiving station. That is Mike Keller. That is to be completed in end of 23, 2024 beginning. And that kind of leads into another thing. We've had some challenges with the influence screens. We are replacing one of those. You guys have approved both a while back, but we are proceeding forward with one. But as of right now, and based upon this facility plan update that we get, we may be having to widen the channels, but right now this equipment is at end of life and it is under a dire need of what we're doing. So this influence screen effect will be, the septic receiving station will really help with our influent and the life of these influence screens to make things, to help extend the duration. A couple things also, in the collection system, mainline extensions, as Brent had briefly talked a few minutes ago about doing this ahead of the roadway extensions, and then also our 21st Avenue lift station grant, which he brought up at the beginning. I will add one thing on that, is our lift station at 21st Street is probably one of our largest stresses. We have one pump in a small area, and we're trying to do what we can to have best management practices to make sure that is running. We have redundancy of a diesel pump out there, but our guys have had some long hours. We've had some floods in the area. But we've again found some ways to have success and make sure we don't have issues to the best of our abilities. And again, the SCADA system, I add this position for having somebody who actually does this in-house. We've had to make a lot of little adjustments, but we've really improved our management just from the computer aspect of that. So I appreciate, that is what I've got right here. I appreciate everything. If you guys have any questions, I am open for questions. Good. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Very appreciate it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Bob Nelson. I'm the superintendent of the electrical department. And I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of introduce myself since we're a new and growing department. I've been with the city for 6.5 years. I've had the pleasure of working for August and with August for the last 6. I think the need of additional electrical projects kind of kicked off the growth of our department. And here's my presentation. Our team consists of only 3 of us right now. Eric Trubisky, he's a licensed journeyman, also a licensed electrical contractor. Both of us hold those licenses. Between the 2 of us, we probably have close to 60 years experience in the electrical trade. We have a new member to the team, John Hazlitt. He's our new apprentice with the city. So what do we do for the city? We currently maintain and service 21 traffic signals. There's more plans. You've heard some growth about the Houston and Montana signal coming. We have 6 Hawk signals that we maintain and service. Several rapid flashing beacons with the building of roundabouts. We maintain and service well over 4,000 streetlights with growth every day. And we complete special projects for just about every department. We're just about in every building. Small projects, large projects. We take on quite a bit with our small team. We do lighting upgrades. We've worked for the water department. We've actually gone out there and changed out every single one of their fixtures, upgrading them to LED. We've done some work at the wastewater treatment plant with some LED upgrades. We did some great installs at the train depot, the senior center, the police range. A lot of different upgrades with the availability of LEDs to save money and energy. We do a lot of traffic signal work, not only maintenance, but new installs. When I came on 6 years ago, I think the city had seven traffic signals, and with the growth of additional traffic signals coming from the state, we picked up a total of 21 now. And it was an awesome opportunity to be here at that time, because we were able to get some funding from the state to change every single traffic cabinet to an upgraded one, a lot more user-friendly, and it's just a really good upgrade that we've enjoyed working on, and getting into the traffic signal industry has been great. We also, of course, maintain all the lights with the traffic signals, whether it's the luminaires that light up the roadway or the actual LED globes and the street signals themselves. Here's a project out on 21st Avenue. Both of these are the same location. This picture on the right with all those conduits coming up into that, those two sub panels there for the 21st Avenue project. I think we had over 8,000 lineal footage of conduit, and we'll have the same amount of wire to pull. This is not a completed project yet, it's in progress, but no lack of workforce, that's for sure. This is also 21st Avenue on the left. That's the transformer that was set up there for the 1,000 amp distribution panel feeding those two sub panels. On the right here is an install not so long ago from Gal Squad. We're putting in some LED stadium lights, and these are the concrete bases that start those poles off. They're about 1,800 pounds, and we had to basically drill a hole 10 foot deep, about 3 feet wide, and fill them with concrete, so that's the start of those lights. Propane mixed with this custom-made box of ours gives us this. That's our fire-breathing dragon. That was another fun project. There's no end to some of the creativity that we find with these oddball projects, and that one's sure been a great one to work on. So for 2024, our needs are pretty simple. Like I said, we work a lot. We're housed in the street department, and we work with them. We have to borrow quite a bit of equipment from them, and we also, from time to time, borrow equipment from parks just to get some of these little jobs done for us. So what we're asking for is another vehicle. We're asking for 2 more positions to help with all this work. And a dump trailer would really help us when we don't need a full 10-yard dump truck. And when we do all these special projects, there's a lot of excavation that we're doing ourselves when we don't have the street department to help us out, which on large projects, they're a great help, but they have their list, as you've heard tonight already. Some of the projects for 2024, besides completing our 2023 list that goes on, is some more lighting around the Canyon County courtyard. Let's see, whoops. This parking lot right here will be full of decorative lighting and add some more security, safety, and comfortable feeling, I guess, to parking in the late hours. There'll probably be some EV chargers as well. And I believe this is a project that the mayor was discussing, lighting up the area of 5th and Chicago. And we also have some safety concerns out at this intersection that has led us to some lighting upgrades out there as well. Kind of short and sweet. Thank you, council members. little Tom Bodett humor for us. Any questions?
I have a quick question. You mentioned the EV. Those are the pay stations? I know several in the city are free, I think, aren't they?
The intention was for every one of them to be free. There's a couple, unfortunately, that have not been activated that require some cellular service, and we're working on trying to get that fixed.
I mean, the user has to pay for charging their vehicle there, or are some of
Not in
them?
the city of Caldwell.
No?
No.
Why are we not charging for people to charge their electric vehicles?
That's a great question. I don't have the answer to that, but I agree with you that we should be charging.
Yeah, I think most places require you to pay for that, so that you're not paying for that, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
So I can touch on that briefly when those were put in, so I was in the planning and zoning department at that time. So those were put in part of a grant with Idaho Power, ones that we have out there, and it was presented to the council, kind of that decision if you want to charge, you want to just have it available. So looked at the difference in the cost of, because obviously you have to have Wi-Fi capabilities and things like that. So the cost was significantly more to install the ones with the Wi-Fi capabilities, and then also maintaining that, the Wi-Fi, providing that monthly, updating it. So it would have took decades to get back to recoup the money from what you would get from charging for those. And so it was determined at that time that rather than wait 20 or 30 years to just recoup the money, to just provide them for the people on that, and in the hopes of that it would provide some economic benefit on it. And I know the ones at least down by Joe's Emporium in that parking lot there, I know that there's they're heavily used. I've spoken to, I know Jeremy, who runs Flying M, actually, some of his friends he said actually come to Caldwell just to be able to use those stations. And so it does attract people coming to downtown Caldwell, hanging out, spending money while their car charged. So there's pros and cons on both sides, but again, it was decided at that time at the council that just the cost to implement the charging of pretty minimal cost for the electricity and how long it would take to recoup that, they just decided to move forward with the free stations at that time.
And with the level 1 chargers that he's talking about, that level of charging is probably really insignificant. When you get to the level 2 chargers, maybe that's when we start considering charging for them. And a lot of these newer charging stations, they require, you can't get away from having the network card in there.
So the ones we're installing or planning to install are still level 1?
We have a lot of level 2 on hand right now that is waiting to be installed.
Yeah, I'd love to revisit that then before we continue to install free charging stations.
There's currently 4 of the level 1s out right now.
Thank you.
And I mean, we're not the only ones. Boise, the same, they have free charging stations throughout their city. I'm guessing the same reason. Usually the ones you see charge are private, like in parking structures associated with apartments where they know there's gonna be cars there 24/7. So they do charge for that. But, so for example, at the Science Center, Discovery Center, there's free charging stations there. Throughout Meridian, there's some. So there's, I think every city does have some free. A lot of the charge ones are commercial ones that come in. Like I said, I know like there's parking garages in downtown Boise that they do charge for those, but they're more kind of used. So you do see a mix throughout the valley.
Any other questions? Thank you, council members. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everyone else for your time. I did. It's the first one I've ever done. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Council Walker, let's get set up. If the council would like, we would be happy to at some point to come back and show you information about electrical charging stations, electric vehicles, just to give council some background and stuff.
name's Doug Bergstrom, construction supervisor, the water irrigation department. I've been there 29 years now. I wouldn't go anywhere else. I love working for our department. We have a really great culture there. Terry has done quite a bit for us lately and making some great improvements. I'm gonna kind of go through this a little quicker. I'm sure we all want to get home and have dinner before we have to go to bed and be back here the next day. So I'm gonna go through it a little quicker, probably skip a few things. The irrigation department's mission is to operate and maintain all our PI stations the best we can, and give our customers the best service we can. We have existing 60 pressure PI stations that we have to maintain, and about 14,000 customer services that we have to maintain and take service calls. Some of our goals, and as we get into our budget, one of them was upgrading our new SCADA system that Brent and Terry's talked about. That's one of our line items. I think there's 2 or 3 in the budget where we put it. We've upped it quite a bit. We're going to a fancier version. It's more like our domestic side. We could actually control our stations from the office if we want. The information's endless, and that's what we want on the irrigation side, which also helps the office. So if they get calls, they can, look at our SCADA before they're sending one of our guys out and pulling them off to go do something else. For we get calls where I have no irrigation water and it's a hand melts off, but they're calling us that they don't have no water. So they can look at this SCADA and say our station's running, and with this new one, it's gonna show our pressure above our filter and downstream of our filter. So that's gonna tell them if our filter's plugged, if we have pressure, it's gonna show our flow, our pressure. It's just endless of this information we can have. So we're starting to do that this year, which just doubles our cost to do it, but it's gonna help out just the information and manpower sending people out. We also want to continue, we have to upgrade our pump stations. We have found out with some of them that we're undersized. The mayor was involved last year with one at Castle Peak. We found out with that, but there was a couple, it was like a perfect storm. There was quite a few things that went wrong then. They were doing that roundabout on Santa Ana and Eustis. So our stations are set up to kick off if we run out of water or anything like that. They have to kick off for the safety aspect. We don't burn nothing up. So we're having that issues. Our filters were plugging, but we have found out that our station was undersized to pump. So we were getting complaints. So we had to go in there in the off season and upsize that station. So it's a pump, motor, bigger filters, electrical because of that. So we want to start doing that going forward with a lot of our older stations, is to start implementing 1 or 2 every year and going in and doing these so we can kind of stay on top of this because they're just so outdated, which also includes our building. We have to reside them, roof them. Some of these are 20 years old because I believe we started in 2007 when we took over. Was 2004? Yeah, so some of these are original, like the sidings getting bad, roofs get bad, concrete gets bad, Blackhawk, which is the one the mayor was involved in, I think it cost us, about $110,000 to upgrade that, just to get to where we need to supply what we have for all that acreage out there. So this year we are requesting 2 new vehicles that Brett put in our budget. One of them is a 1/2 ton, and I believe the other one is a 3/4 ton we're requesting. Going along with that, we're requesting this because we are also requesting 2 employees. Because our irrigation department, we have 3 employees. It is full-time, so we have to maintain 60 stations. That means that we ask them to go to these stations twice a week, make sure that everything's up and running. They have to go up, fix leaks. They have to deal with service calls either have no water. Sometimes we have clam issues in certain areas. They have to dig up service, tear it apart, snake the service. We get calls, people say they're getting flooded out, neighbors with sprinklers are stuck on. So this is that time of running out there. But when we first got into it 10, 15 years ago, we had 3 people for 30 stations. 20-some years later, we had 3 people for 60 stations. They leave our shop at 7, and we don't see them until 5:30. I mean, they don't even come in for lunch. You know, they eat on the go. They very seldom stop. And that's just one thing that myself is worried about. They're just gonna get burnt out because they don't have that help. And we also asked them, and Terry's touched base a little bit, but we will blow them off for shut-off lists on water. They will have to help with locates. Again, 'cause we need a locate person. We ask a lot of them, and they have to be certified just like us with the water side. So, you know, they have to go on call, they help anywhere they go, and they're willing. So, you know, we are very happy with the culture we have in our department, because we are like a family. I think that kind of covers everything, the main points I wanted. If anybody has any questions. Yes, go ahead.
So I'd like to touch a little more based on what Doug said. So we're allotted only 9 gallons of water per acre of this subdivision. You get 400 or 500 acres, that's quite a bit of water. But if you get more than half of those people irrigating at one time, it puts a real good hard strain on these pump stations. Design, you know, we just can't push everything they need when everyone wants it. So just a hint that I would like council and the mayor to think about it is adopting the nod and even watering day to help compensate for the strain on the system. Thank you.
Well, let's see, I think you got those pictures, Brent? I don't think you will.
Can you just talk about one thing, just the irrigation? Just give clarification. So a little bit on the personnel, just so that you're aware, a lot of the personnel for irrigation fund is budgeted in water department, and then they project code it to irrigation. So we have a specific personnel budget for them to use, so it's not specific positions, but they do task code it to irrigation. So when they work for irrigation, they code it there. So I just wanted to make that clarification. You guys do a great job, and you guys work with a lot of equipment. So if you see that increase, it's a little bit different. But the utility line locators, we did decide to allocate those out among 4 different funds. So you will see a half a position in irrigation this year, because it's 2 positions split 4 ways, so.
I do see the pictures I wanted to show are in that flyer in the handout.
So, Doug, most of what we're doing is pressurized irrigation, correct?
Yes.
So is there any incentive or push to make the other irrigation companies move toward pressurized irrigation? I live up on the hill, I still have flood. Are they going to do that at some point, or what's that, you know?
I know the city's been talking a long time about taking everything over, and I don't know if that'd be more of Brent, but I know it's been talked that the goals to have everything with water would be under us, that we would take over. So I don't know if that's still in the works or.
And to that point, those irrigation entities, the city doesn't have jurisdiction over them, but they have, at some point in time, more or less all of those irrigation entities have said something to the city of Caldwell about wanting us to take over their district. Terry and I met recently with Golden Gate Irrigation District. They have, I think that they've decided that they're going to be able to keep making a run on their own, and that's great, because taking those systems on would mean a lot of capital costs to get them working well, or to convert them to pressurized irrigation. So you've got Caldwell Irrigation Lateral District, Canyon Hill Irrigation District, Golden Gate Irrigation District. All of them are more or less filling a function kind of like us, which is we're really a delivery agent. We don't own the water rights. We're trustees for the water rights that belong to the citizens. And we're receiving that water mostly from Pioneer Irrigation District and then also from Napperman and Wilder. And we do that by agreement with them. And then we pay them one account fee and then we service all of we pressurize that water and deliver it to the customers. So it's not something that's immediately available to us. It would be, if we wanted to make that happen, it would be, you'd need to give us a directive to go start negotiating with those irrigation entities and invite them to do that. And we don't have power or control over that as a sure thing. It would have to be something they would decide they wanted to do.
Yeah, I was just, in the long term, the amount of water we would save, the amount of water that wouldn't be running down our gutters and into our sewer system, at some point I think it would be a big benefit.
And there could be openness on the part of those entities because it's a really tough deal to operate. You got Clayton up there on Canyon Hill, for instance, trying to operate this extremely dilapidated, extremely old system. And he's in there replacing little pieces of it here and there, but they're too small of entities to be able to be doing all the planning and all the capital replacement and stuff that are necessary to keep those systems alive in the perpetual term.
The last thing I just wanted to kind of throw out there and I forgot is some of the line items we're raising the budget is the cost of parts. Brass fittings have pretty much doubled the wire fittings in almost anything. And brass is actually about 6 months out to get parts also. So that's some of the items that we had to raise to cover that cost. And, for example, even our fire hydrants, some brands are a year out for us to get. So that's some of that, raising that cost. It's just everything's just skyrocketing.
State statute does not permit irrigation fees to be raised. Well, it dictates when they can be raised. That's January. The council can consider resolutions sooner than that, but they can't come into effect until January. So it's different from all the other fees the city does, which align with the fiscal year. So you see us asking for an increase, and that's, as we look at the forecasted fund balance for irrigation, we'll need to make a fee increase this year for sure, and probably need to do that for a couple of years running to keep that on track. So with that, do you have anything?
No, I'm any questions. Thank you, Mayor.
We took you past the time frame, and I apologize for that, but I just want to express a lot of gratitude to department heads who presented their budgets and to the council for hearing them. We're really excited for you to get to meet these folks that are actually running everything, and appreciate so much what they do. Thank you. Okay, that wraps it up for this evening. So I know we're past our time already, so I will not have any comments tonight. We have one more night tomorrow. So again, 4 o'clock tomorrow. We'll see you all here, kind of going over, should be some good discussion tomorrow, talking about property tax, sales tax, fund balance. So it should be a good evening on that. But appreciate everybody that came this evening and stuck with us to the bitter end on that. So everybody have a good night, and we will see you again tomorrow.